There's the button. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Oh, I gotta move the camera. Move the camera, because I moved it. There we go. How's everyone doing today? It's Saturday. Woo! Happy fun times. Okay, do I got chat all lined up? That works, that works. That works. There's chat, there's the camera, there's me. Yes, I think we're good. I got, is that set up? Yeah, that's set up. That's good enough. That'll work. That'll do, pig. That'll do. That'll do. So how's everyone doing today? Catterday. It's Catterday. There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. So good news, everyone. It was rainy and cool today, so that means it's only 27.6 in the garage right now. Small victories. Also, yesterday we started this print. This print is now done. This is the rocket engine, the XL rocket engine, the Prusa one that's like the demo print on the Prusa XL, the Mark IV. 117% scale. It's 375 millimeters tall. Printed in some Polymaker PLA. Completely YOLO'd settings with a little bit of ghosting. We gotta redo that pressure advance and input shaper on Tallboy. But yeah, 19 hours and 50 minutes. And because I did like 3 walls with a 0.6 nozzle, it weighs like a kilogram. So yeah, not bad for a test print though. You can live over there. Humidity, 51%. So yeah. Any installations? Yes. So in regards to that, if you want to help support the channel, the content I create, and the things I do, links in the description. Consider becoming a channel member or Patreon supporter. Early next week, I got a company coming in. They're going to do the whole ceiling with blown in insulation and bring it up to R60. So that will be that. I'm gonna have to run to the Home Depot and get some insulation to do the door myself. You just get the pink insulation, you just shove it in there and glue it in there and then just kind of cover it. You do what it's a garage door, you can only do so much. So yeah, so there'll be insulation in the attic, I'll insulate the door, and then I'm hoping that'll stop the issue I'm having. Because here's the thing, it's not so bad in the day. My attic or my garage doesn't get direct sunlight. My house faces north. So it's in the shade all day. The thing is, my attic space gets really hot, and during the afternoon into the evening, all that heat bleeds through the ceiling into the garage and heats it up. So I'm hoping once I get everything insulated, it won't be too bad, so that I could go a little bit and recuperate some of the funds, so that I could buy a mini split before winter rolls in. Dragon Flame, $20 heating fund, cheers. And who was it? Mad Shammy gifted 1 community membership, cheers. And Vac Inc, thank you for becoming a member. You don't have chat up on the stream, you're right. Overlay. Do I have you on this screen? Do I have you on this screen? Do I have you on this screen? This screen doesn't have anything. Cool. There we go. Chat's up. I recorded a little video, so that's that. Speaking of tomorrow's video, hey, guess what? It's another garage rental video. I know they don't do the greatest on the channel, but it's the last one for a while, I promise. And now that I got the garage, kind of, I can actually work out here now. It still is a little echoey. So on Tuesday, we might make some of those, the panels. I still got some board and I've got some insulation, and I may do some of those acoustic panels so we can hang them up to do a little bit for now. But yeah, that'll be, ooh, don't knock it, $50 insulation fund, cheers. Jeff Montgomery, 5 gifted memberships, cheers. And Andrew Pumphrey, $10, hey, sorry I had to cut out midstream last, that's okay, my husband's second apartment, you know, Atlanta caught fire. That's not good. Yeah, you gotta prioritize that stuff. YouTube streaming, watching, not priority when that stuff happens. Tell him about the new sticker to get more sales. Oh, there's new stickers in the store. I don't have a link to it right now, but if you check the merch store, link in the description or !merch in chat, there's doggo stickers now thanks to Rose, which we got to work. I've got some ideas. I need an Only Benchy Yacht Club sticker or logo. Put on a hat. I want a sailing hat. Wolf Middle Fab, thank you for becoming a member. So that. Okay, so yeah. So luckily I worked out. So the problem is, here's what the problem. My garage isn't big. It's 300 square feet. It's 15 feet by 20 feet. I'm using up about half of it for this. So the problem is, for them to come out and do the whole blown in insulation thing, it basically kind of has to be worth their while to come out here with their crew and set up everything, and they can only do so many jobs a day and blah, blah, blah. So there's like a minimum cost, and that's what I'm paying. It's like, we need to make X amount before we'll even bother. Even if it's like, we go in for 2 minutes, which it'll take them 2 minutes. It'll take them more time to set up and tear down than there will be a guy in my attic. So luckily, the thing is though, the minimum cost, once you factor in, if I like, I think I talked about that on the last stream. If I were to like pay myself $25 an hour to mess around in the attic for 4 hours, plus all the time it would take to go to the Home Depot, rent the machine, also rent a truck, bring it here, set up everything, do the work, and then bring it all back and then drive myself back. If I was paying myself $25 an hour, it actually would cost me more to do it myself. So screw it. I'll just, give the guy a Scrooge McDuck bag with a money sign on it. And luckily, he's one of those guys you pay cash, you get a little bit of a discount. So there we go. Nathan, thank you for coming a member. Double up on the weather strips around the outside of the overhead door. Yes, all the weather stripping. I've already done some of this door. You can't see it now, but you can see light through this door if the sun's hitting it on the right side. So I got to redo all the weather stripping on all the doors. They're all gone. They're all gone. The front garage, last winter or the winter before, we had an ice storm and I opened the garage door and the whole bottom rubber gasket just ripped. So I got to redo all that. So sound is improving. Yes, sound is improving because I hit the wrong button. Because I've got, this place is starting to get to a mess. Also, hey, look at this big box. I wonder what came in that. I wonder if it's that stuff. We'll do that on Friday. I've got stuff. I've kind of leaving stuff out and about. Totally on purpose, so that way it helps with the noise. Yeah. Also, the light, I've got the big panel light, which that kind of acts like a little insulator thing in the soft box. But we will be making some acoustic things because I'm going to put them on the ceiling, I think. It's like figure out lighting on the ceiling. I kind of like how does the lighting look? I know the background's pretty dark. I did get some lighting for the shelves. It's not doing much because it was really cheap Amazon lighting. So there is a little bit of lighting under there, under the shelves, but it ain't too much. It's enough. A bit shadowy. Yeah, I need to I think I need to get like a light up here. I do like the background being in the dark though. Just need more overhead. Yeah, I'm gonna get a strip of overhead lights over here. And I think I was gonna do like boom, 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 but I think I'm just gonna get 2 going this way now. So that way I can turn these one off when I'm streaming. Mess equals better sound. Yes. For Raspberry Pi substitute, 2 options. Would you choose a Big Tree Tech Pi or Banana Pi M2? Probably the Big Tree Tech one. Yeah. Molten covered. Well, I've got extra insulation. I've got extra Rockwell insulation, and I have some extra 3.5-inch boards. So we're gonna make 2 or 3 of the acoustic sound boxes. Also, I can't remember who it was. I can't remember their name, but somebody at Murph gave me a whole box of these ones. So I actually have a bunch of these throughout the room, just kind of leaning on stuff to try and kind of block. I knocked a pole over, knocked some noise down. So acoustics. There we go, acoustics. The rest of the house if you're under the minimum. Spice King, here's the problem. I already did the house. About want to say about 6-7 years ago, I completely gutted the bathroom, the main bathroom upstairs. We have one bathroom upstairs, one bathroom in the basement. I gutted it. As part of gutting it, I dropped the ceiling. And when I dropped the ceiling, I dropped the vapor barrier and all the insulation that was above it. I had to do that because when they built this house, you have an exhaust. Because when you get a shower, there's a lot of moisture in the air. So you have an exhaust fan. It sucks that moist air and blows it outside. Yeah, they never hooked it up to the duct that actually vents it out your ceiling or through your roof. So it just blew that moist air into the insulation for like 20 years. Well, 15 years at the time. So I had to drop all that insulation. It was all moldy and whatnot. So I put a new vapor barrier up and I redid the ceiling. So I had to get somebody to come in and re-insulate that area. I had them bump the whole house up to like R70 when they were up there. So they did the whole house, but they didn't bother to do the garage because it wasn't done at the time, so there's no point. PF Dennis gifted 10 community memberships. Cheers. Because at the point, I didn't plan on being a YouTuber and having a shop out here. So, but here we are now. It would have been nice if I paid at the time, you know, if I had the foresight at the time to, hey, while you're up there, do the garage, but it is what it is. Okay. Wish you could buy a membership on iOS. Yeah, that Apple would want their 30%. That's the problem. Okay. Who was it? PF Dennis? PF Dennis? Get the 10 community memberships. Cheers. Did I thank that one already? Did I do it twice? Cool. Okay, so what are we doing today? We are doing a Rook. So Rook Mark 1 Fabreeko GitHub. Oh my God. Also, this is the keyboard I'm using. It's a Logitech. Yeah, I'm used to my mechanicals and it feels so bad. 900 away from mini split. Yeah, that's gonna get all eaten up by the insulation. Okay, so I'm back to using the 1080p monitor here because I've actually got I've got a setup here. You'll see this if you watch tomorrow's video because I kind of throw this together. I was gonna make this into a whole video, but I literally recorded it so that I could make it into a video. I don't know how people stretch out simple stuff into like 5-10 minute, like 20-minute videos. Look, I'll show you. I built this. Look. That's on an arm. The camera's on an arm. They're VESA arms, so they're like heavy-duty monitor arms, so they don't, they don't move. That one's just sitting there. And I'm gonna put one more up top there because I've got like a 32-inch pole for it. So I recorded all that, and I was gonna make a standalone video on how I set it up, and then I ended up just making it like a quick time-lapse part of tomorrow's video. So, you could print a stand for the Talon Claw. Yeah, I could. Camera is on stare. Time to print my own custom. I would want a wireless though, because I already got like this. I need to know how I can make this wireless. Are you going to race it? Race what? Oh, this. Apparently I can make it do the Rocky thing. It's got bottom electronics, but we'll get to that. So anyways, manual. Oh, hey, where were we at? Yep. I'm a genius. So I was going to mention how the burn-in mark on this screen, because I bought this screen for like $10 at a Value Village, and it's used, and it's like 15 years old, and there's a band down it. And I was going to comment on it, and like, as you can see, like the band's getting really annoying. Can someone explain to those that don't know why you're not seeing the band on the screen right now? I looked over at my OBS and I'm like, where is it? So I'm just going to use my OBS. Okay, where are we at? So we did this part, yes. Okay. Screen is 1 year old. So I have a habit, usually the main monitor I'll spend money on, but like the secondary monitors, I buy cheap ones because who cares? 60 hertz, 1080p, whatever, who cares? So this main monitor that I got now is a Samsung TV. I've got like component hookups on this, but it's a 24-inch 1080p. That's good enough. 20 bucks at a Value Village. So in Canada we have Value Village. I think you got Goodwill's. Same thing. You bring them the bags of old clothes, and you can buy old stuff in there. Old people shop there. I think that rapper wrote a song about it. Buying clothes there. But what you do is you just get a bunch of old clothes. You go there, you drop off the old clothes, and they give you a coupon for 20% off, and then you go do your shopping. So I got a $20 monitor for 20% off, and yeah, there we go. Good enough for this. So I need to get one more monitor. So yeah, they give you coupons. They give you coupons. Okay, so we have that on, and now add a double bearing stack in each idler. Oh shoot, I never did that. I'm gonna be back in 1 second. I'm gonna talk and walk. I need to go get longer M5s. That's what we were gonna do. So I'm gonna talk and walk. Hopefully you can still hear me. I don't know if you can. These will do. These will do. Haha. I'm back. I'm back. Hopefully you can still hear me. Hopefully you can still hear me. But Windows cannot. AirPods. Yes, I meant.
Hello, Daddy.
Ah!
Hello, Daddy.
Hi, Calvin. You got to go to bed now. Because it's bedtime. Good night. Okay, so last time we left off, we put these front idlers in, and I was gonna get longer screws. So I went downstairs and I got longer screws. One thing I commented was they got like, I keep forgetting, they got like this little clearance hole in the bottom. I think it's for like a heat set, but there is no heat set. Just if I remembered to do it, I was gonna put a nut in there, so you can just put a nut through it. So let me get this guy and this guy. Road wire. Oh, I'm assuming, by the way, did the audio cut out? That's a Rode. It's a Rode Wireless Go. It doesn't have the most amazing range. I'm not using the DJI system out here. I like the DJI system. I love the DJI system, but I'm not gonna bother setting it up for every stream. I use it just for like videos. So there we go. So I'm swapping. So I'm gonna have an extra like 20 mil of oomph with these. So hopefully that, yeah, because like, are these also M5? These are, no, those are, the fact that it just slides right in kind of disturbs me. Okay, these thread in, but these ones don't. Oh! These are the screws from the, this guy. They're not M5. I'll be back in 1 second. They're not M5. They're standards. There we go. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna go. Is Steve live again? Do I need to tell Steve that he's live again? Yeah, I got. Yeah, whatever. I'm leaving the lock washers on these. I don't care. Vote to rename SAE to Freedom Units. They're American screws. There we go. They're made of freedom. Oh, Steve is not live? Okay. So these are going to be the only screws on here that aren't silver, which means that they're only magnetic screws, which I like. We like magnetic screws. There we go. A little bit more bite, because there's going to be a lot of torsional forces on here from the belt wanting to tilt it over. And ask anyone who built a V2.0 back in the old days, what happens when you have idlers that thread into plastic, but they're only supported on one end. TLDR, not good things happen. Red, right, and screw. Bought a Dell Ultra Sharp for $15 US. Unfortunately, it broke like a 5 more monitors, so 70 old monitors. So I still have one. I was going to use it, but I don't have a. It's VGA only, so unfortunately, I don't actually have a way to hook it up properly to this computer because I don't have any. I would need HDMI to VGA or DisplayPort to VGA, and I don't have any of those floating around. I have one, but I'm using it already. I used to have. I bought 10 or 15 15-inch monitors once. I used to work at an insurance place, and every year they would have an internal lottery or an internal auction where they would just sell all their old stuff. So because it was a cubicle farm, a lot of old computers. So like Core Pentium D computers, first gen Core 2 Duos, like that kind of stuff when I was there. So one of them was like they had like 30 something of the 15-inch Dell 1080. Some of them were 1280 by whatever, but most of them were 1078 by or 1024 by 768. So anyways, I put $2. All these bids started at $2. So I put $2 bids on all of them. And a week later, when it closed out, and it was just, silent bid, so you just bid it up, and at the end of it, whoever has the highest bid gets it. I ended up walking out with like 15 of them. So on the way home, I stopped at a pawn shop, and I sold 10 of them for $10 each. Made my money back, made some profit, and then I kept 5. That's not the right screen. Okay, so screwed those in, boom, boom, boom. Okay, and a single stack of the Z belt using M520 and an M. Okay, so gotta make that. So let me get the component box back out. All those printers will help with heating. We'll worry about that come winter. Right now it is summer. Okay. So one more bearing stack. So we got a M520. That's M525. 516. That's all that stuff. Won't need that. I won't need you right now. Need 2 of these. Welcome to the Rookery. We're not calling this the Rookery. The Rookery is actually a part on this printer. The tool head is called the Rookery. So M440. No, I need M520. M525. You're too big. M520. Oh, is it one of the random bags? Wasn't there like a random bag of parts? Nope. Can I use the M525 or will we have problems there? Yeah, see this one too. You see there's a hole for a heat set, but I ain't got no heat set. So, oop, I accidentally closed the manual. Instructions. It's a heated bed. It basically is a V2 bed or a V0 bed. So I guess I'll just use one of the bolts that I took out that I totally don't know where I put. Where did I put them? I just had a whole bunch of bolts in my hand that I put over. There we go. That'll work. Okay. Yeah, we'll just use this. Screw it. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Okay, where's the bearings? Right here. You sent me the STL for the stand. Cool. Hey, Dave. Okay, so we got washer, bearing, washer, and then this screws in right here. So it screws in right there. I don't have an overhead camera. I need to sort that out. We need to get an overhead camera in here at some point. Okay, I'm not liking this because that's tilted. Build a camera gantry. So once I kind of figure out where lighting and everything goes, I will be kind of sorting something out for overhead. What I'm thinking is just go super simple because where did I put it? Where did I put it? Did I throw it somewhere? Where did I put it? I don't know where I put it. Just get some V-slot. I'm just gonna get like a 2-meter piece of V-slot because, oh, right here. I've got an ender that's in parts. So I was just gonna get like a 2-meter piece of V-slot and just have one of the carriages with a camera mounted to it facing down and just have it from the ceiling with a little stick that I can just kind of grab and just slide it around when I need to. Nothing fancy. Keep it simple. Drone cam. Drones are not that, they're stable. The new DJI stuff is actually quite amazing. But we ain't got the budget nor the room for that shit. In terms of budget, we don't have a budget. Yeah, this is a much more robust. Must not be simple, needs belts and clipper. Clipper all the things. Okay. Okay, the belt path is standard CoreXY belt path. Study the two picks carefully. One is cutaway and the other one is normal view. Being methodical here will help you in the long run. So it looks like they go through that. Okay. We will be taking the mount on and off a couple times. It attaches using 3 M36. 3 or 4? I'm assuming it means 4. Supply belt while the front facing teeth. Okay. Use a wire tie to temporary. Note my CAD skills and time do not allow me to show the belt loop or teeth. Okay. Okay. Using the picture above, route the other end through the top belt path all the way around to the top. Pull, snugly and temporarily secure the belt onto itself. Carefully review your work while looking at the belt path in the picture. Make sure the belt is riding properly on each bearing. Cut the belt about 25 millimeters past so you have an extra 25. Now completely remove the belt. Lay the piece down, remaining. The goal is to cut the other piece the exact same length. Okay, insert through, loosely attach the head mount to the X rail. Now reroute each belt according to the photos. Push the end through the back of the tool head. Ensure the belts secure in the same cost. Now mix the rookery hot end to the okay. So we're doing some belting. I'm thirsty, but I. There we go. Okay, belts. We're gonna need these two pieces. Doc's here. Hi, Doc. Yeah. What's up, Doc? Belt. Ooh, and it's gates. Heck yeah. Okay, so it's CoreXY. Oh shoot, I gotta fix this. Yeah, we gotta fix this first. I kind of left the support on, the support setting on, so it kind of filled my screw holes with support. F. We don't do this as much as we used to. Remember when I used to self-mute all the time? And then I got the Stream Deck and I moved the mute key to like the other side so it's not near anything I normally hit. Yeah, I'm back on the thing that I used to mute myself all the time with. So until I get another Stream Deck, it's gonna happen. Because the mute key is next to scene 1. There we go. That actually worked really good. There you go. Got the little thingies. And that's all cleaned up. 6 months here and I finally own a Voron. Yee, thanks for the content. Cheers. Hope it helped. Hope the videos helped. There we go. Need a mute light. I need a lot of things. Okay, so I can't cut this in half. Normally I just build my own Stream Deck. That's what this is. The thing is though, with the not Stream Decks, is they basically act like a keyboard. The Stream Deck itself actually has functionality built into it along with API support. So it actually is really nice having a Stream Deck. Yes, you can, use this for changing scenes, but like a Stream Deck talks to, it actually will talk to OBS. It will talk to Spotify and has API access and whatnot. And also, when you hit mute, you can tell it to like light up bright red that you hit mute. So, that's part of the instructions to write. Did it make sense? Phil R, yes. No, maybe, I don't know. Can you repeat the question? No, they're fine. They're fine. We're belting a CoreXY. If you've never belted a CoreXY, what are you? Oh yeah. Oh, this threw me off already. Wow, I say that and I screw it up right away. This has front belts. I forgot. This has front belts. It's one of those. See, this is where an overhead camera would come in. You've seen me belt CoreXY before. You know how CoreXY gets belted. First time I've ever seen it, to be honest. It's actually not too hard. I'm doing stuff slightly different in terms of how I'm doing all the belting runs, because I've done it a bunch. Like I'm not bothering with this yet. I'll get it in a second here. Did I cut that right? Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm good. But it's CoreXY. So CoreXY is not crazy complicated, but it's basically me pushing the wrong button. Now it's all screwed up. You have two opposing belts. They work together, they counteract, they work opposite, and one works and one doesn't. That's how you get the movement. So essentially, you have belt comes from the carriage, it goes to an idler, goes around one of the motors, comes to the front, comes to the other front, comes back, boom, done. So it looks like a rectangle with one motor connected. And then the other one does the opposite. It comes up there, and or it comes from the carriage, back there, around the motor, up to the front, around, and back. So when they work, one turns, when one's off and the other's on, it does a diagonal. When they work together, they do front and back, and when they work opposite, they do left and right, or something like, I can't remember exactly. There's videos that explain it properly. We don't have time for that here. But yeah, that's basically CoreXY. But the key with CoreXY is you want your belts to be equal tension, equal length. If they're not equal, you can make it work, but you're gonna have a bad time. So it's a lot easier when you have your belts equal length. I didn't mute myself. Don't do Fs unless I actually mute myself. So the easiest way to do it is to run one belt and then put the belts side by side and trim both to the same length. Yeah, ask Andre about printing eggs. Belting up a printer is like printing an egg. Okay, so on this one, it's evil because you're pretty much too thin for all of it. Which actually isn't as big of an issue as some people think it is, because, fun fact, you have enough teeth in contact with your bearings for the majority of the movement that it's actually not an issue. If you are seeing teeth marks in your print, a lot of time it's your belts are too tight. You can have your belts actually be too tight. CoreXY seems like too much of a hassle for what is. Not really. The advantage with CoreXY is your motors don't move. So you're not moving the weight of the motors around. So you actually save, it allows you to move pretty quick. CoreXY is a fast motion system because you're not moving your motors around like a traditional Cartesian setup. And by a Cartesian setup, I'm not meaning a bed flinger. I'm meaning a motion system where one motor moves your tool head in the x-axis and one moves it in the y, or a bed moves in the y and the tool head moves in the x only, where one motor, the motor only does one direction. Okay, you can't see me. CoreXY, two motors, they work together in a post. So the advantage is you're not moving the motors stay still. So you have a lighter moving mass, which back in the day before Clipper, before Input Shaper, meant you can go faster. It's kind of like a Delta without all the disadvantages of a Delta. It is a little bit more complicated. Also, you can make it more compact. So, rather set up and execute it. Well, that's cross gantry, which is 4 motors, which is more complicated. Here's the thing, remember, no system is the best system. They all have advantages and disadvantages. CoreXY is a good balance between simplicity, lightness, and cost, because less components. With a cross gantry, you need 4 motors. And then you also have all-wheel drive CoreXY, where you replace idlers with motors. And then you have the abomination upon the Lord that the armchair engineering came up with, where you pretty much replace all your idlers with motors. Because why not? Yo-ho, lo-ho. Am I doing this the right way? No, I'm doing it the wrong way. That would explain it. Maker Viking. Hey, Maker Viking. So yeah, it all comes down to cost, complexity, and what your final design goal. There's a reason the V-Wheel bed flinger is the most common printer. It's shit simple and it works and good enough. But every setup, there is no perfect setup. Everything has an advantage and a disadvantage. And if you think one setup is the absolute superior to all other setups, you're wrong. Simple as that. Like, there is no best setup. There's setups that work in certain setups, and you know, is what it is. So what do I need? M36, right? M36, yeah. M36, and I got 4 left. What's up, guys? How's the build going? It's going good. Going good. 80-20 rule, pretty much. Good example for those in my audience, which going from my metrics and from who follows me on Twitter, I do have a few of you, the Pew Pew folks. I had, because I live in Canada and I had access to it, a Norinco M14. Norinco is a made in China. It wasn't really an M14, M1A. Okay. It cost me 300 Canadian dollars. And was it a Springfield? No. But, you know, it made a loud noise and it ate the shitty cheap ammo I fed it, and it was fun at the range, and it was $300. Good enough. So, yeah. I can't find my 2.5 mil driver. I need to buy a whole set of these. Because Fabreeko gave me a bunch at like Murph last year, and it was like what was left on his table, so I was missing a few sizes. Surplus SKS. I have a Circle 11 M44 or Mosin Nagant M44 carbine, mint. I paid $100 for it. But he didn't know what he had. I was like, $100? You know what? You know what? I won't argue with that. I'll take it. I will take it. Take it, good sir. Pleasure doing business with you. That thing kicks like a mule. There's a flamethrower. They do. I call it the thumper. Bring it up on the next member stream, and I got some videos. But I think you're responsible. I am a responsible Pew Pew owner. They're all in safes. They're all locked up. Okay. But we're also on YouTube, so we're gonna change the subject. YouTube doesn't like the Pew Pew words. Okay. So, good thing. Even this compact design has it. When you look at this, you can see how the motors can shift. So when you belt it up, you want the motors all the way forward, so you have as much adjustment in the system as possible. So you belt everything up, you tighten it as much as you can, you lock everything down, and then you go through and you use your motors to kind of cinch in the final a little bit. Also, make sure your belts are actually riding on the flanges, or not riding on the flanges. The flangeles, the flangelates. And also, we gotta adjust these, because these aren't in their final position. So that means everything's kind of not aligned. Nope. Yeah, I gotta buy a whole set of these. I gotta buy a proper set of these drivers, because I'm missing a whole bunch of them. I want to get actual good, better tools out here. The plane is missing the flange. Okay, so basically just line it up so that the belts are straight and true. because you'll see when you start moving stuff around, if you find the belts riding up on the flanges, you might have to adjust your drive things. That's why I'm not like Loctiting these yet, because I might adjust them later. There is no phalange. There are 4 lights. It is a little dark in here, I will say that. Hector's here? Hector's here. Where's Hector? How tight? Now here's the thing. People argue to the end of time how tight your belt should be. Yeah, not too tight, not too loose. I just kind of eyeball it. I have never measured my belt tension. I've never used a Hertz monitor or whatever. I've never printed a jig. I just kind of go, yeah, I could tighten them a little bit more. The print looks okay, we're good. And it annoys the heck out of people that I do that. And I'm like, they're good enough. I when it comes to like how tuned my printers are, they print parts that work. One day, if Doc ever happens to fly to the near me, I'll smuggle him across the border and I'll bring him in here and I'll do a video on how to tune your printer. Until that day, good enough. Yeah, too loose, but we'll adjust from there. Okay, so this is how CoreXY works. You ready? So if one motor moves, diagonal motion, and if this motor moves, we get the opposite diagonal. When both motors move opposite ways, you get X motion or Y motion. When they spin the other way, that goes that way, that goes that way. So there you go. So when they both spin the same way, you get Y motion. So Y, X, angle. And then what you do is you take some sand that you made really hot and hit it with electricity, and now it knows how to think and it controls it. Easy peasy. It's rocket appliances. Okay, let me get, do I have, I do have some grabbers. Hopefully I don't break anything. Not motors, motors. Okay, let's loosen this. Okay, so you're loosened. You're loosened. Okay. Sand is magic. Exactly. Just think about it. Our entire society is built upon the fact that we taught sand how to think. Did I go too far? So those two are good. So let's lock these down. How do magnets work? That is one of life's great mysteries, and I actually have no idea. How do they work? Okay, that's not tight enough, so it's just backing off as soon as I... Quantum fields, really? I thought it was some guys in some clown costumes that kind of just yelled at them and they did stuff. Trying to keep them. Gotta do one more. Two more. 1, 2. Okay, alright, that'll work for now. Oh man, that is really loose. Why is it loose? See, this is where if you have like another hand, it comes in really handy because you could have like, pull it tight, hold it, and then tighten, and then send your Allen key flying. Tolerance. We ain't got no tolerance here. There we go. Yeah, I'll dial the rest in later. Just got your Mark 1 to do 1,000 meters a second. That's a meter a second. That's like this much in like 1 Mississippi. Probably fine within 1%. It's good enough. Okay. So how much extra? I'll trim the extra later. Okay. So apparently I need my hot end now. So let me get the bit of metal that gets hot. There we go. If it shrinks 1%, scale it up 1%. Usually, I may end up reprinting this because I think it might be a little, the fact that I can, this is tight and I can still pull the belts tight, but I think it clamps them with the next part, hopefully. Yeah, so this clamps it, I think. Yeah, so this will clamp it a bit, hopefully. How does that attach? Oh, through the bottom there. Yeah. I don't know, we'll see. I might have to reprint this part because it's not gripping the belts too tight. Yeah. Yeah. I might have to rescale this part because it's not really grabbing my belts too tight. You have to tighten now? Well then I gotta reprint this part because it's not gripping the belts tight enough, unfortunately. I can pull the belts still. Yeah. That sucks. So either I reprint this with some scaling or I fix it in post. Fold it over and zip tie it. I could do that. We'll do that later. Fold it over and zip tie it. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll fold it over and zip tie it because there's a bit of clearance for it. Yeah. Oh, that is the design. Oh, you're supposed to fold it over and zip tie it. Okay. Does it say that? Did I misread that? Out of the mount, loose end, pay attention to the... Right. Why does it say that? Where's zip tie? Control F zip. There's no zip tie. Tie. Secure each one to itself with two. Oh, you call them wire tie. Wire tie. Wire tie. Wire tie. What is a wire tie? Does this kit come with wire ties? What is this? The wire tie. Wire tie. Costco, $8. I'm good for zip ties for a while now. Well, according to it, these are multi-purpose zip ties. Zip ties. Wire tie. Pipe cleaners. They're thingamabobbers. You know, thingamabobbers, whatchamajigs. There we go. How big is the rookery? Oh yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. The rookery adds some heft to it, I think. Okay, yeah, the zip ties are within the rookery. We're good. We're good. Apron is covering my secrets. Yeah, the fact that I'm not doing too good on the diet. Not we're doing bad. We're holding steady, but we're not where I'd like to be. Could be better, could be worse. Tempted to put a dragon burr in this? Go for it. You do what you feel is right. Isn't that from Star Wars? They have a rookery and a 140 mil part fan for cooling. That's one way of doing it. I'm gonna redo this bottom one here. Yeah, I can tighten that bottom one up a bit more. When are you going to work on the Monoprice Mini Delta? Whenever I get around to it, it was just kind of like a random kill some time between some builds. And then, you know, there was like a lot of time between builds lately, and I probably should have, you know, used it for some content. We will be revisiting it in the, I won't say near future, but I've got some ideas for it. This garage project has taken on eating up most of my free time over the last little while. So now that this is kind of nearing its end, I can actually get on to doing other stuff, which is nice. There we go. There we go. That's much better. Okay. Back to the manual. Nearing its end, it never ends. This is true. It's nearing the point where it's like I come down here, I'm out in here for like half my day. I can actually, like, you know, not have to be out here for a day, you know. And like I can work out here now. Or like I came out here, I turned the lights on, I turned the camera on, I put on my lab, I put in my headphones, I hit go live. Like, that's the first time I've been able to do that out here, and it's nice. Because I gotta wait for somebody to come in and do insulation. Then at some point, I gotta figure out a way I can get like 3 sheets of plywood out here. Because I was gonna rent a truck, but the freaking Home Depot near me only has 1 van, and it was rented out for 2 weeks. And then it came back in, and somebody rented it for another week and a half. So yeah, any printers going? No, none of the printers are printing right now. They're all hooked up. They're all powered up right now. So Okay, so how does this connect? So this attaches, ooh, that's, should that be loose? Okay, well, it's not loose anymore. Okay. Paste the exterior was M3/8. Oh wait, no. Mount the rookery hot end to its mount through top two holes M3/16. Okay, M3/16. Is that loose? No, that okay, that is loose. Okay, so let me tighten that up. I need that to be tight. M3/16s, M3/16s. There we go. Nathan, $5. Cheers. How many spools of ABS does the Rook need? 2. 1 for the primary color, 1 for the accent. Does U-Haul exist? They do. There's just no U-Haul, like, there is a U-Haul, but I gotta go like the other way to rent it. I could. The thing is, I'm just trying, it's not as cheap as Home Depot. Home Depot's $30 for 3 hours. The U-Haul is more last I checked. I'm trying to be cheap. In terms of budget, we have no budget, remember. But their drivers are terrible. I've never seen U-Haul. U-Haul rents the vehicles, they don't drive them. Also, if you ever notice, all U-Haul vehicles are registered in Arizona, even the ones in Canada. That's because U-Haul, or Arizona, to get a license for your vehicle, doesn't require inspections. So take that as you will for the quality of those vehicles. Trying to buy a 6-pack or a neighbor with a truck? I do have neighbors with a truck. I just don't like bugging people for that kind of stuff. So this snaps on, and then an M3/8 through the back. So it just clips. There's like a little clip on the top, and it just hooks on, and an M3/8 through the back, and that just kind of locks it in kinematically, I guess. So that's cool. So it's like one screw if you gotta take this off. Well, Canada does require inspection. Steve, we used to. It used to be every other year you used to have to take your vehicle in to get it like safetied, or they did like an emission. Like there was a thing every year you used to have to do. It depends on the province too, but they got rid of the one in Ontario a few years back. Also, you used to have to pay to renew your license or your stickers. You had to pay like $80 a year to renew your stickers. And the government got rid of that too. And everyone's like, wow, that's great. And then, you know, us with a brain went, that was like $8 billion a year in revenue that went towards the roads. Where's that $8 billion coming from now? Oh wait, it's not. We're just gonna have shittier roads. Opinions on the included hot end. It appears to run on some sort of electricity. Beyond that, I don't know. We haven't powered up the printer yet. It hasn't done anything yet. I can't really comment on it. Also, the M3/8 might not be long enough because I think I put the screw in from the other side. Yeah, okay, I might need M310 for this. Oh, the cool logo. There's a logo on it? Oh, there's a logo on it. Oh, that's cool. I thought it was just some generic logo. Like, that's cool. It's got the little Rook logo on it. Taxes can be used as a betterment for society. Yes, I have no problem paying taxes as long as I get a return on my investment. You know, education, healthcare, that kind of thing. I'm okay with that. And I'm okay with, you know, some of that money going to help others because, you know, I may not need healthcare, but that guy down the street needs healthcare. And because he got healthcare from the government, he didn't lose his house and become a bum and, you know, bugs me on the street. Or falls into depression and alcoholism. It's kind of nice when, you know, we uplift everyone. But let's not get into that. That's politics. Politics do not lead to good things. Place the assembly. Okay, so we screwed that in. So the M38 just wasn't long enough to grab. I may have put the heat set in from the other side, so it may not have been enough. So I put an M310 and it's working. So we're gonna go with that. Place the 4010 fans in the shroud. Start by routing the wires first through the access holes. Outflow goes down, inflow faces out. Mount the 3010 fan in place with 4 M316s, washers, and M3 nuts. Oh, okie dokie. So you go there. You get this. You get the fans. So we got that fan, this fan, and this fan. And they got little honey badger logo stickers on them. Focus. Wait, punch it. Focus. Focus. Let me pivot, pivot, pivot. There we go. Honey badger. Woo. Alcohol is how I make sure I get enough vegetables. What? Okay, so this just kind of goes in like. Okay. Are these angled? Oh, they come out the back. Okay, so the heck? These don't seem right. They're like way offset incorrectly. And the channel for the wires is on the wrong side. Yeah, like there's like a little divot for the wire here, but the wire's on the other side. Upside down. What do you mean upside down? They go in like this. Because they suck air in and they blow air down, out. Am I doing this wrong? Fabreeko GitHub. Oh, there was none on the Fabreeko GitHub. The ducks are down. Well, the pit, I can't see anything because it's all black. I can't see anything on that. There ain't enough detail there, bro. Oh! Oh! Where the frick are they face up? What? Oh, God. Yeah, we're just not going to comment on that. We're just not going to comment on that. It goes like this. I thought it went like this. I'm an idiot. In terms of brain, we have no brain. You know, I figured the big hole that yeah, I'm just gonna stop talking and just work. Yeah, we're just gonna slowly slide you in. Oh wait, actually, yeah, I hate taking these stupid little clips off. Come on, just snooping. There we go. Wire through the back. I'm always paranoid running wires through the back of things. There we go. So the wires are down. Slip inside. Get in your hole. There you go. It's like there we go. It's rubbing on something. What are you rubbing on? It's rubbing on something. and there's no way to get it out. I'm not going to pull the wire. I'm going to pull the wire out. It's rubbing on something, and well, hopefully, you're not, yes, run, yeah. Funny joke. Can you print upwards instead? The beer fridge is over there, and you guys are starting to, you're making me want to go visit it. It's okay, we'll just start the fan up, and the fan will create its own clearance, right? That's how it works, right? Eventually, exactly. I can't. I'm not drinking yet. I gotta finish my gamer soaps. Okay, this one's got clearance. Yeah, no, it rubs a little bit. Well, and it isn't perfect. It's like they're slightly offset. It's like the hole needs to be bigger in one direction. Do you play video games? Occasionally, not crazy often right now. I'm waiting on the update for Cyberpunk to play through that, because I actually have a video card that can actually run it. What's your vector, Victor? Do you like movies about gladiators? Okay, so we have that on. Oh, I'm gonna put the front fan in. So what holds the front fan in? Four M316s, washers, and M3 nuts. Okay. Washers. My fridge running? I know, I gotta catch it. You ever been in a Turkish prison? Stewardess, I speak jive. M316s, for those. More of those, and washers. I'm assuming the washer goes on the, where does the washer go? So I'm assuming outflow goes down, inflow faces out. Mount the 3010 fan in place with four M316 washers and M3 nuts. I'm assuming the washer goes on the fan, like is it screw, washer through the part, and then a nut on the back, or what? Where does the washer go? Top of bolt? Okay, so it's washer in the front. Okay. Okay, so we got M316 washer. I'm assuming the fan also comes out the back here. Okay. Yes, small disturbed child. Hello there. So many fans. Some would say I only have fans. And this is gonna be fun. So where is my socket? It's like 5.5, right? This might not fit. That ain't gonna fit. I'm gonna have to hold this by hand. What GPU you got? 3060? No, I've got, in my main computer, I got a 3080. This computer, I got a 1070. Only have benchies. I diversify. Just diversify your investments. Always diversify. Yeah, I got a 3080 and a game at 1080p. 165 hertz, but 1080p. There's a yellow tank tops for the crimping ain't easy. There's a yellow shirt. I could check after the stream, remind me. Are we pushing plastic yet? No, although I've got Polymaker hooked me up. So I'm gonna have to figure out some sort of storage solution for a lot of filament relatively soon. Are you in for Voron merch? Yeah, they got to sort that out. There's like a cheap store that they use, like, you know, a Teespring or whatever. It's just not high on the priorities, kind of. Voron's a terrible company. Voron Design is the worst company in the world. I love whenever we talk to anyone about it, and they're like, you got to monetize more, da-da-da. And we're like, yeah, that's work, though. We don't want to do that. You got an RTX 3080 for trading an FL Sun Q5? That's a deal. Voron should have branded cereals. Ryzen 5 3600. I got a 3950X in the main computer. This computer is an i3 12100F. Do you guys ever consider doing a Voron Delta? Ask Timid about it, but TLDR, the problem with a Delta, okay, one of the things that makes a Voron is all parts on a Voron are consumable or commercial off-the-shelf items, COTS. So it's commercial off-the-shelf. There's no custom components in a Voron. Now, granted, times have kind of changed, and there is a very large market of aftermarket components and accessories and add-ons and upgrades for Voron. But the actual base design of a Voron does not use any commercial off-the-shelf, or only uses commercial off-the-shelf items. So the problem is with a Delta, a lot of a Delta, to make a good Delta, you need custom machine parts, effector arms, the effector itself. You could print it, but they're not the greatest. It's better to have a machine thing. And then it's not a Voron. It doesn't fit the Voron ethos, so it wouldn't be a Voron. So. What's the CPU utilization? I don't know. So for reference, I'm streaming 1080p 60 to YouTube at 12,000 kilobits a second, okay? Load up the task manager. So right now, this is the current load. Oop. What's going on here? There we go. We're sitting at 18% CPU usage. The GPU is at 10%, but because we're encoding with NVENC. So we're encoding with NVENC. We're using up just under 6 gigs of the 16 gigs. So you can see the internet there. I'm pumping out at 12.8 megabit upload. And what processes are using the most CPU? So yeah, OBS at 10%, Task Manager. Yeah, so we're not using a crazy ton. Google Chrome, and so yeah, we're not taxing this thing. And the reason I went, and people were like, oh, just go buy like a used like Xeon system. This is under 60 watts. Like, it doesn't use a ton of power. The 1070 at idle draws like 13 watts. This is a 65 watt, or actually it's a 58 watt TDP CPU because it's the F model, it doesn't have a built-in GPU. So yeah. Why are you streaming at 60 FPS? Because the way YouTube works, it allocates, actually shoot, I gotta change that. That's what I forgot. That's what I forgot to change. One second. I gotta change my f-stop, or my shutter speed. There we go. Okay. Is that better? Ooh. Okay, there we go. That's a better shutter speed. I forgot, since it's 60 FPS, I should have it 1/120, not 1/60. Either way, the way YouTube works is there is a hard cap at your upload rate to YouTube. Okay, your bandwidth. You can only upload to YouTube at a maximum bit rate. So you can get around that by streaming at something that YouTube allocates more bandwidth for. So you are limited to 1080 at 1080p 30. You're limited to like 6,000 kilobits for an upload. At 1080p 60, you're limited to 12,000 kilobit. At 1440p 60, which is what I use downstairs, you're limited to 18,000 kilobit. So the more bandwidth you upload, the less YouTube crushes it. So because I stream at 1080p 60, and this camera does do 1080p 60. This is 1080p 60. YouTube basically gives me more bandwidth to shove down the pipe, and it doesn't compress it as much. So even if it gets hit, you're taking a higher bandwidth signal and you're dropping it down, and you're still above what a 1080p 30 is. So that's kind of why. It allows you more. It's like, even though some videos I record in 1080p, I still upload them at 4K because YouTube will crush it less when it does its encoding. So yeah, so higher bit rate, or yeah. Okay, so attach the assemble with 2 M36 button head cap screws and add the stress relief wire mount with 2 M360s. Okay. So this just kind of snaps in, I guess. So the wires come up the top. Right, I'm assuming the wires come up the top. So these all, ooh. Yeah. So that all kind of just does that. Okay. And then this just kind of snaps in here, I guess. Okay. It just kind of snaps in. Okay. Actually, I should route that wire up. Okay, one second. Let me. Okay. Route these wires up first. There we go. And I'm gonna have to shove a PTFE tube down in there too at some point. There we go. That is, wow, okay. Am I supposed to, which way is this stupid thing supposed to come out? Am I supposed to bend that up? Because that should be, okay, what am I supposed to do for this wire? Because it's canting this pretty heavily forward. Yeah, it's causing it to do a funky chicken, so I gotta like bend it up, get it around that. Bend the metal, okay. It's spring steel, so it just comes back. I gotta cut this stupid, there's a zip tie on it that's freaking huge. I'm cutting the zip tie. Yeah, there we go. The floppy chicken. There we go, okay. There we go. There we go. Now it actually looks better. There we go, okay. I just had to, yeah, that stupid little metal band. I'm getting rid of that metal band. I'm getting rid of that metal band. I don't like it. It's annoying me. Bent. There we go. Now you're bent. Get bent. That's what I did. I bent it. And now it is bent. And now it is no longer my problem. There we go. Much better. Wow, there's a lot of play at the top of this. Ooh. Okay, it's okay down there, but this is... There's a lot of play in this. Oh well. Okay, it is what it is. M36s. M38s. I had M36s, M310s, M2.58s, M38. Okay, M38. That M312. M36. Where are my M36s? I had them. M310. 2.58. 530. You're gone. Where are my M36s? I have one extra 20 tooth still. Oh, that's got to be for the bed. Where are my M36s? M310. M312. That. M36s. I am blind. M38s. I got M38s. I don't have M36s. What the frick? Screws are overrated here. Where the frick did I put the M36s? How did I lose a bag of M36s? I had them earlier. 100 sizes of rat rigs. Actually, this ain't too bad hardware-wise. M38, M310, M312, M3 nuts. Why do I have so many nuts? That's the question. I'm assuming the stock kit uses a lot of nuts versus heat sets. That's why. You're empty. Yeah, where the frick did I put those M36s? I can go downstairs and get more. I just don't want to go downstairs and get more. There went nuts with them. That's a lot of nuts. Okay, I'm gonna go get M36s, I guess. What the heck? Am I in my pockets? Oh, I got markers. Nope. Nope, I just happened to lose M36s. Okay, well, I'll go get some. I'll be back in a second. Why do I have so many nuts? That's a lot of nuts. I'll be back. Next thing I'm bringing out here is the acro bin. I gotta bring that acro bin out here. So that way I don't have to walk downstairs every 2 minutes when I forget something. I didn't leave the baby in charge. My baby, my baby. Oh, seriously? Out of all the nuts to grab, I grab one that's rounded off. And that's M310. What the? Okay, I deep breaths. Yep. So I grabbed one M36 with that's rounded off, and I grabbed an M310 that was in the same bin as the M36s. I am so smart. I am so smart. SMRT. I mean SMART. I shall return. I shall return. In the meantime, baby is in charge. Hey, look! It got all me nuts. M38. Okay, now I gotta dig for M36. Or that's an M36. I've got M3 like 6 and 8s all mixed up in this one tin here. Or, no, those are not the right size. There we go. There we go. Keys? Yeah, Keys. Alexander Keys, Indian Pale Ale. So I need to figure out where to put this. I don't want to put it on the wall here because of CNC stuff, so it's probably going to end up on the wall over here. But that's a future Taylor problem. Cries in soda. Don't cry in your soda. Salty, you get it all salty. There we go. Okay, so we got 2 nuts there. Yeah, that's a lot better there. Okay, so we got that. Oh, jeez. Okay, so we got that. And then we got to put that on the back. Did I print that? I didn't print that. I don't have that. I've got this. doesn't do that. I don't have that part. I didn't print that part. Is that part important? I didn't print that. One second here. STLs, mini Sherpa. It's part of the Rookery. That's okay for now. Okay, we'll carry it. Okay, install the Z motor and play as shown with 2 or 4 M410. Is that a bug? Yes, that's a bug. What do you want? Oh, okay. Motor should be shifted as far forward the top of the printer as possible. Okay, so tilt you down. Get the motor. Get the gear. The metal gear. Time to get the bamboo out. Actually, no. So here's the thing. The bamboo has the fastest stock profile of printers I use regularly. You know, anytime I'm printing ABS on it, I run it at half speed. So my parts don't fail on me. But if I'm printing something small, the bamboo is actually too slow. Because the bamboo has its stupid prep time bullshit and the bed heats up slow. So yes, the bamboo is fast, but it takes some time to actually get going. It's got to warm up and it takes its sweet ass time heating that bed up and doing all its pre-flight checks. So something small like that would be better printed on the Rat Rig or one of the Vorons. Okay, M310s. I know I have M310s. I had a whole bag of those. 3.8, M310. There we go. Isn't that sequence like 5 to 6 minutes? Also, the bed takes a while to heat up. The bed takes a while to heat up. Are you online right now? Yes, you are. Actually, can I put that new update on it? No, I can't. It's not fast as shit. I need to update it. Guess what? They basically completely copied everything from Orca Slicer and pulled it into Bamboo Slicer because they can't come up with anything original. But that's good, I guess. It's shit because they don't give them enough credit, I believe. They should give them way more credit than they did. But they finally added the ability to monitor your frickin' printer over your own network instead of having to upload everything you do to the cloud. So as soon as I can put that update on it, I'm taking this back off the internet. The thing I don't like is I don't know if it like stores everything and then as soon as it reconnects to the internet, because you still can't update it unless you connect it to the internet. I don't know if they like cache it all and then when they reconnects, they dump it all. I have no idea what they do. Okay, it says M310s, but they're not long enough. These M310s are not long enough to go through here. I need like M312s. Yeah, M310s are too short there. Is exactly what they needed all along. Yeah, that is the most disappointing thing with Bamboo. And not just Bamboo. I'm gonna say this, a ton of printer companies. They're reactive. They won't do shit until they're either called out on it or somebody else does it and they can copy it. Nobody started doing high-speed CoreXYs until Bamboo did it. Props to them. But now everyone has a high-speed CoreXY running Clipper. You know, I want to hope they figured it out on their own and they did it of their own, but I've been bitching about the ability to not use their printer over, or use the camera over network only mode for months now. And now they finally do it. And then there's all the other companies that, you know, violate open source GPL and they get away with it until everyone causes a stink on Twitter and promises to stop using their stuff. And then all of a sudden they oh, it was an intern and we'll finally do it now. Yeah, bullshit. It's just, guys, just, you make good hardware. The Bamboo hardware wise, you know, right to repair issues aside, it's a good printer. just sort your shit out internally. Stop being so reactive. Be proactive for once. I worry about QForge because you know that's going to be copied all hell and back. So, lazy Sunday morning. Lazy Sunday morning. It's well, I guess. Where are you? Y'all keep an update on the REL situation. What's REL? Which cloud-only printer are we talking about? None of them are cloud-only. They all have functionality offline. Also, what I'm really worried about, how many companies get their networks hacked nowadays? And you get you know, oh, you get an email, oh, because XYZ was hacked, reset all your passwords. All these cloud computing printers, and they all have computers, and anything running Clipper has a computer built into it. They're all connected to the cloud, and it's not, you know, what XYZ company might do with your info in the webcam feed. It's what somebody might do if they hack XYZ company. That's what worries me. Because I'll be honest, a lot of people know Jack. I barely know shit about network security. The Anchor Cloud is based to, you know, yeah, Eufy. Like I am not a huge network security guy, but I know people who have, you know, raised enough red flags to be like, hey, this is going to be a huge issue very soon. Okay, so install a ZBed as shown. Use the same process as AB belts to fasten the belt back on itself. See the cutaway view on how to route the belt each. I love the MS Paint here. I never connect to anything Anchor to the cloud. Yeah. The only Anchor thing I own is a battery bank, and it actually works pretty good. Wrap one end around the bed support and secure it back on itself with 2 wires each side. Pull secure tight and cut off the excess. Okay, easy peasy. You want to monetize your 3D printer? Oh yeah, how many times like Creality models come up all the time on the cloud? Like it's a joke how often a model from Creality, or how often somebody's model that they design shows up on Creality's cloud service. Like it's absolutely pathetic. Because like guys, just all you gotta do is just release your source and make good hardware and sell stuff at a decent price, and you'll make gangbusters money. It ain't hard. It's just they don't do it. And I don't know why. It's not exactly hard. Oh, I gotta make sure this is going the right way, because I gotta make sure. Yeah, that's going the right way. I'm moving stuff local, yeah. The thing is, I don't trust it. It's like, go watch, what's his name? Nathan Build Robot. His video on what you agree to when you install Bamboo software. It's quite extensive. Okay, that's good. Up and over. Because your data is worth more. Yeah, that's exactly it. If you're not paying for a service, if you're not paying for a product, you are the product. It's like social media, right? You don't pay for Facebook because they're making money off of you. So if the cloud service isn't subscription based, they're making money off of you somehow. Because, you know, bandwidth ain't free. Ask anyone who runs anything on the internet, bandwidth ain't free. Especially, you know, webcam feeds. Every time you upload that 80 megabit sliced file through the cloud a dozen times because you sliced it with the wrong settings, that ain't free. And you're not paying a subscription, so they're offsetting the cost for that somehow, unless they're just really nice in the goodness of their heart and they're just eating the cost, which, you know, let's be honest, nobody does that. So yes, I know this is way long. I could have trimmed it, but I'm not bothering. USA have given cluster bombs and 3,000. They haven't given 350,000 soldiers to Ukraine. And yeah, cluster bombs are fine in this case. Soldiers from Ukraine have died. They haven't given official numbers. If you know the exact numbers from Ukraine, then either you should not be giving those numbers, or you're giving some countries propaganda numbers, because they haven't announced any official numbers. Also, they're being fucking invaded. They're allowed to fight to defend their homeland. Yeah, the Rook's in ABS. But I will say, DJI probably does have the airframe with most confirmed kills in the Ukrainian conflict. So. No Ukrainians. Of course they've lost soldiers. Again, they are fighting a war to defend their fucking home country. Yes, they've lost soldiers. That's, you know, wars happen, people die. It's shit, but that happens in war. And if anyone gets angry about Ukraine getting, you know, cluster bombs, yeah, that, you know, Russians have had those since day one, and they've been using them since day one to attack civilians, whereas Ukraine's using them to attack trenches and artillery positions and things where those bombs actually make really good use. So, yeah. And Crimea is Ukraine. Yeah, they'll clear them real good. That's not tight enough. Make it tighter. Can you guys hear the rain? Yeah. Trying to pull this as tight as I can. Crimea is not, deal with it. Yeah, okay, I'll deal with it. If you want to repeat that, I can always escalate that. The building of a printer listed in the rain. It is raining. I can hear the rain. I don't, again, the ceiling's not insulated, but I can hear it. There we go. Is that tight enough? It's hard to get this tight. There we go. It's like, get it tight, pinch it so they don't move, and then zip tie. As they don't all explode. Oh, I know. Believe Ukraine's already completely littered with UXO, okay? And they are well aware of that. They've been running campaigns and billboards to train the population already to avoid the UXO areas, because the Russians have left surprises everywhere. So the country's already littered with UXO, and blowing up that dam completely washed away a ton of existing minefields and whatnot, and scattered everything to the winds. So it's shit to say, but they're already kind of screwed in terms of UXO. Like the Ukraine's getting some to take care of some Russian trenches. Isn't going to make things worse. It's already worse. Okay. Oh, hey, we lined that up pretty good. So. Actually, I do need to bump it up a little bit. There we go. Tech. Oh yeah. There we go. That's a mighty fine Z system, if I must say. How about Canada Day thing? Saw hilarious here compared to 4th of July. I don't know, Canada Day was a couple weeks ago or days ago. Is it actually raining? I gotta peek out the door here to see if it actually is raining. Oh, I turned the light on for 1 second to see that it was raining, and it is. Wall of mosquitoes. Like, close the door. Hello, everyone. Hello, Ricky. Okay. Take care, Monkey Butler Lab. Okay, so we got the Z in. Sweet. Oh, I didn't put the switch in. I should probably put the switch in. Sounds like I live in a swamp. To be fair, I live in Southern Ontario. Where I live now was actually pretty swampy way back in the day. But it's all not anymore. It's all farmland now. Okay, oop, wrong button. There we go. Absolute cloud. Yeah, so that's one thing I gotta be aware of. This is I'm in the garage. I have a habit, I'm assuming a lot of people like in this kind of climate do, where they enter and leave the house through the garage, especially in the winter. The winter won't be so bad, it'll just get cold, but during the summer, like at night, last Tuesday, I took the garbage out after my wife got home, at night. So I open the door, I bring the garbage out, I come back in the garage, and the ceiling is covered in mosquitoes. So that's something I gotta kinda keep in mind now, is not use the garage door as much as I used to, because all these printers have lights on them. So. Bug zapper. I might get a bug zapper in here. Just put one up front, just in case. It's time for peace. Yeah, the problem is with peace, I love peace too. But the problem is, if you're all hippie, I love peace, and somebody isn't, well, you get screwed. Walk softly, carry big stick. Yeah. Tennis racket separate. Yeah, that involves work though. Okay, that should be stable enough. Okay, give peas a chance. I don't like peas. They're disgusting. Okay, so install the MCU fan, and if using the solution, an RPI 02. Okay. Good old Reagan. Reagan was evil. I am not a fan of Reagan. Okay, so what do we got here? What do we got here? We got SKR Mini E3. What do you think of the tool? I missed the part of the stream. It's a little wobbly. Like, I know during printing there's no forces on it unless you crash. But it does feel a little wobbly. It should be okay. Also, I had to like break off the little metal tab to get it properly under here. Reagan was smart. He was an actor. He's a politician, and I don't care what anyone says. All politicians are evil. Doesn't matter what party. Oh, well, this is definitely a step up on the LDO kits. We actually do get the rubber ducky. I'll put them up here with the wubby ducky. There we go. Sun Turtle, this is a 3D printing building stream. And your dog is looking around. What board are we using? We are using the board that comes with the kit, which is an SKR Mini E3, which I actually haven't used this one before. I've used the older ones. I haven't used the E3 version, or whatever, the V3. Yeah, this one. This is the board we're using. Focus. Ah. Star Wars campaign. Yeah, let's trick the Russians into believe we're spending absolute gangbusters money on lasers in space, so they spend all their money to try and combat it, and in the process go bankrupt and collapse the Soviet Union. Brilliant. Actually, that was actually a good idea. Okay. I will say, it would have been, okay, high input for going forward with the manual. Install all the electronics before doing this stuff, because now I can't rest it on its head easily. I'm gonna go get some boxes of filament so I can. But now I gotta like put it on its side to install this one. If we didn't install all this, I could have just put it on its head. But now it won't go on its head. So. Isn't the, yeah, oh yeah, I've got SKR Mini V1s and V2s and printers. I just haven't used the V3 yet. So, thank you, Polymaker, for your Polylite AB. Oh my God! Freaking die! Freaking earwigs. I've got so many. It's been a very dry summer, and we've had a lot of rain in the past week. There are freaking earwigs everywhere. Okay, there we go. There we go. So unfortunately, I don't have an overhead camera, so you're not going to get a great view of this, but I'm mounting electronics per this picture. So, yeah. Attach the Z end stop using the self-tappers. Okay, so what do I attach all this with? I'm assuming M3 somethings. What is an earwig? An earwig is, it's like what, 6-8 legs. It's got little pincers at the front or the back. I can't remember. I don't know. It's an earwig. I need to put heat sets in here. I need heat sets. Shoot, I need to get some heat sets. Heat sets. Where's my heat set gun? Heat set, heat set, heat set, heat set, heat set. Ah! Are you still plugged in? I think you're still plugged in. Hopefully we'll find out in a minute. Got a Pi Zero. Did the kit come with one? Hopefully. If not, I've got one. I went digging. So earwigs are, in my opinion, like one of those like disgusting bugs. They're like, because they like the moist, so they're under things, so you'll pick something up and they just come out. But they eat a lot of other bugs, so they're not bad. They eat, it's like dragonflies. Don't kill dragonflies are awesome. They eat mosquitoes. So earwigs attack other bugs and eat other bugs. I think they hunt down spiders and centipedes and whatnot. And there are insects I like. Dragonflies. Dragonflies are awesome. I love dragonflies. Butterflies, moths, that sort of thing. I had a pet tarantula. I had a rose-haired Chilean, Ziggy. I call it Ziggy because I thought it was male. It turns out it's female. Also turns out it is currently 13 or 14 years old because my brother still has it. Because the wifey wouldn't let me move in with her with it. Roly-poly. We call them potato bugs, not roly-polies. Got a dog. Okay, so here's the thing. The dog was here before me. So, yeah, the dog is actually the wifey's dog. If a spider isn't lethal, it doesn't live. Yeah, because it's been killed by all the other spiders. It's Australia, mate. It's not lethal. It's been killed by the lethal things. There we go. Okay, so that goes there. So I'll take a picture, or I'll flip this over for the camera once I install everything. But for now, we're just going to... By the way, fun fact, now that I'm moving everything from like all the construction stuff from like downstairs to out here, I have so many holes in the wall in the basement now. Because like that was mounted to the wall with like 4 screws. So I got just 4 screws sticking out of the wall, and there's a bunch of other stuff. So I've got like holes all over the walls in the basement now. Because I've moved so much stuff around. It's like, I'm gonna have to do some painting. Can't wait for the bourbon time. No bourbon tonight. I got some Bear. Your opinion, 1.8. I like 1.8s over 0.9s. More torque. I really don't care about noise or absolute top speed. I care about reliability and power, and usually more torque helps with the reliability. So I like 1.8 degree steppers on my printers. So, yeah. Wuxin 3D, hello there. Get in your hole. There we go. Does it affect quality? Okay, so here's the thing. A 0.9 degree stepper is gonna have more steps per revolution, so you technically have more accuracy inherent to the motor. You can also just run at higher microstepping, but you lose torque when you do that. So rounded surfaces are more round with a 0.9 degree stepper and smoother. Now, is that something that is visible to people and they could determine it in a blind test? Debatable. But you lose torque going with nines, and I believe they're louder, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, where's my Rook Pi? There's my Raspberry Pi. So which way does this go? It goes with that going towards the motor, this way. And I believe I have some self-tappers somewhere. M2 self-tappers. I do. Uh-oh. Why don't you want to come out? Oh. Are you serious? Okay. Come on. There we go. Okay, good. There's a little hole in the bottom of these, and a screw fell through the hole, so I couldn't pull it out. So I had to like finagle it out. Okay. That's gonna punch through. That will punch through. Those are too long. I need shorter ones. That's short. I am running low on self-tappers. Shoot. And this is short. Will you punch through, or are you too long? You're too long too. Yeah, these are, okay, well, you're gonna be held in with 2 screws. And do I have a screwdriver that'll fit this? I kind of do. No, this ain't gonna work. Oh, maybe the one in the LTT store screwdriver will work. Less VFAs with 0.9, better for organic prints. Yeah, I won't argue against that. I honestly I print most, if I'm gonna print like really fancy organic prints, I'll do it on a resin printer. Most of the stuff I print on my FDM machines are not organic. It's a lot of block. It's this stuff. It's these. So I just prefer torque and reliability over finesse. Servos. Servos are an absolute waste on a 3D printer. Like, the problem is that you get such a huge diminishing return with servos. Like, I can't remember the last time I've had a print fail on a printer from losing steps, because I run my machines with profiles and currents and all that jazz within safety margins, within known good values. So I don't have stuff, pushed to the limit right at the raggedy edge so I can save 5 minutes over a 12-hour print. I just, my stuff's tuned to run good or run reliably. What isn't reliable is these stupid, they're not even magnetic. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna use the not self-tappers and just force them in. Fuck it, fuck it. I don't see any self-tappers in this kit. I've got M2.5s, but nothing self-tappering. Prusa Mark IV has 0.9s. Oh, I know. Yeah, this won't fit. Shoot. That screw's gone forever. The time will come when you print a Mando helmet in 17 minutes. Not at home. You're not doing that at home. Okay, let me see what else I got for freaking self-tappers here. What else can I kind of force in this hole that won't punch through to the other side? That one works. Kit makers, I know silver screws are fancy looking. The stainless steel screws look nice. Go with magnetic screws, please. Use screws that are magnetic. They're easier to work with, please. Your users will appreciate it. Okay, that one, and I should have one more. That'll work. You are way too big, but whatever. I'm just gonna jam you in the hole. Yeah. There we go. Good enough. Good enough. I need to buy self-tapping screws. Put a mental note. Self-tapping screws. Okay. Install a fan, and if using a solution, pi 02. There's also a fan. Where's the fan? Is there another fan? I only saw one fan. I only have the one fan. Is there another fan that I'm missing? Sherpa Mini. Bed. Got a motor. Yeah, I only have the one fan. Okay, well. Okay. Yeah, there's only one fan. Okay. Install the end stop. I can do that. Pivot. So I need some more self-tappers, so where's those M2.5s? There they are. Ceramic screws are probably self-tapping. Yeah, yeah. These aren't gonna work. I need to find more self-tappers. That ain't gonna work. Those don't work. I got M2.5s, but they're not self-tappers in this kit. There's no self-tappers in this kit. So these ones will work. They're too long, but they will work in this case. Any screw into plastic is a self-tapper. From a certain point of view, yeah, and I just stabbed myself. Ow. Over. There we go. So don't forget, at the end of every stream, we do a giveaway of Polymaker filament, a spool of Polymaker filament. So if you haven't entered for your chance to win yet, What are you waiting for? And also, while you're down there, don't forget to like that smash button. And if you want to help support the channel, the content I create, things I do, there's links in the description for that as well. For your kiln build, that'd be cool. There we go. We got an end stop. Attach 3 socket head cap screws to the bed. Use an M3 washer nut. Install a thermistor in the bed. Place the springs over the bed mounting holes. Lower the bed. Wait, what? We're doing the bed? Okay, we're doing the bed now. Bed. Springs. Install 3 socket heads. Attach 3 socket head cap screws to the bed using an M3 washer and a nut. What size screw? It don't say. Also, where's the thermistor for this? I got that. Where is the thermistor? I'm assuming one of these is a thermistor. No, none of these. No, oh wait. No, that's not the thermistor. No thermistor in here. Ain't no thermistor in here. There's no thermistor on the bed. Oh, we got it right here. Here's the thermistor. Seems to be a lot left. Okay. If you're used to Voron builds, this is not a Voron build. If you've built a lot of other kit printers over the years, this is going to seem very familiar. A Voron kit build is way over documented compared to traditional other 3D printer kit builds. So it's kind of like you're spoiled if you've only ever built Vorons before. Okay, so I'm attaching the thermistor in the middll. I'm assuming that's where it goes. If you print a zombie key, I will add another fastener to the back of the print head on the pyramid. It's stiffening up the. You find a key on printables under the Rook. Okay. But what size screws do I use on this bed? It doesn't really matter what's like. So what you do is you put 3 screws through, and you put a nut, and you put a washer and a nut, and you tighten them. So that way the screw is locked to this, and then you put it through, and then you use your some screws to adjust. Is Voron what you would recommend to build? I will recommend a Voron simply for the fact that I'm on the Voron team and I'm biased to Vorons. Also, I gotta put the magnet on here before we go further, because it's gonna be a lot easier to put the magnet on now than when it's actually in the printer. Also, this has a protective film on it. Take this off before you put the magnet on. I've seen people not do this. See, now it's shiny metal. I'm gonna take that thermistor out. The porn bots. Actually, it has been a hot minute since we've been visited by the porn bots. You guys aren't liking the video enough. There needs to be more engagement. Wait a tick. I don't have a magnet. have a magnet for this. I don't have a magnet. I might have some downstairs. Was it documented? I don't know. The kit just showed up. I blame Fabreeko. Magnet not included. Why do they not include the magnet? Check the build plate. I did. It's not. I got a PI, a black PI, and carbon fiber. It's a $50 option. On the other side of the bed? No, that's the heater. Do I really not have an extra magnet? I'm sure I do. I gotta go look now. What time are we at? 10:17. Okay, we got time. Let's use some binder clips. It's not the same. I'm gonna be back in a minute. While I'm gone, baby's in charge. Magnet! One of these days I'm gonna get sued by Ally McBeal. Found a magnet. It's not named, it's not branded. It'll do. Do I have ISO out here? No. I thought I had ISO out here. Acetone will do. Is the Rook comparable with the V0? Eh. They are similar yet dissimilar. This is a lot of 3D printed parts. You're probably not going to have the long-term longevity. It's not enclosed. Don't be printing ABS on this thing. It's not as, how am I going to work? It's not as stable of a design. You're probably going to have more little quirks and issues with a design like this, but it's a mostly printed printer. It's a fun little project. So yeah, that's how I put magnets on now. TPU would be great with this, probably. This is a fun project printer. If the here's the thing, I call a V0 a fun little project printer. It's a hobbyist printer. This is even more hobbyist printer. Where's my kniff? There's my kniff. Be a low-cost introduction, get your feet wet if you aren't breaking the bank. Yeah, it's also very budget. Like this is like, what, $300? Although I think there's V0 kits that are near that price now. V0 kits got cheap. Remember, kids, always cut towards you in a swift motion. Like, why aren't the magnets? Oh, they're magnetic. They're sticking to each other. Cut towards your thumb, not your chum. Thing is, it's a lot easier to cut like this towards you. That's the thing. It's like, yeah, don't do it, but it's, you know, it's a lot easier when you do it this way. Just don't mess up. Use a sharp knife so you don't overexert. That's the big key. There you go. That works. Also, you know, a heavy-duty apron to protect you in case something happens. See, DPT, the apron is practical. Okay, so now I gotta put some holes through here. So what I just did there, I made 3 little holes where the screws are. So that way I can use my deburring tool to clear them out. This is a shit magnet. This is not one of my good magnets. Works, but this is a PLA machine. Should be okay. Seaboard Holidays chat, but hey, it's cheap. Who was it? Was it Alan? Oh yeah, see? A good magnet would normally not tear when I do this. Was it Alan Mandic, really? Who did it? Who did the Seaboard? Was that? Yeah, see, use a deburring tool so you can cleanly cut it out, but it's close to the edge and it kind of, with these shitty magnets, are a little bit more fragile. Mobot will build one too? Oh, okay. There you go. So that one came out a little bit better. Also puts a nice little chamfer on it so you don't, you know, burr it, or like it's still flat when you put the thing on it. Okay, so now I gotta put, I'm just gonna use these screws. I'm assuming these screws will work. Or no, we'll use these ones. These are the longest M350s. I'm assuming, because they gotta go through all of this, or actually, how much of this goes into here? Yeah, so it's got, yeah, I'm assuming the M350s are for this. Can't find a Rook kit in the UK. Anyone know a dealer? You may have to self-source. This is a relatively new-ish design, and kits are only starting to become a thing. M340s. Okay, M340s. Then what are the M350s for? M340s, M340s. Oh, those are M440s. What are M440s for? I don't have M340s. I got M350s. Seaboard is improving their kits and all that. Yeah, a lot. Back in my day, you should have seen the first gen of kits. There were some really bad kits when Voron kits first became a thing. I've seen things. There's stuff like this over ABS. Polycarbonate of some sort. The problem with those plastics is they can crack. Like they're too stiff. Like you don't really need a ton of stiffness, honestly, with this kind of setup. Like ABS actually isn't a great plastic for this. It's not stiff. PLA is stiffer. If you were solely worried about speed and performance, you'd be printing this out of PLA. I'm printed out of ABS because I print everything out of ABS, and it's hot in this garage, and I don't want it melting. But PLA would be the best thing to print this out of. PETG would be one of the worst because PETG is kind of springy. You want stiff. You want it to be stiff. CF ABS would actually be pretty good as long as your layer adhesion isn't shit, which is something you're gonna have to worry about. Wouldn't ASA work? ABS and ASA, when I say ABS and ASA are pretty much interchangeable. So if I say one, assume I'm meaning both unless I call it out. Am I switching to ASA? They're both the same. If you use good ABS, it's as good as good ASA. You're within margin of error differences, and you'll probably never notice the difference for what you're using it for. So don't be too concerned about ABS or ASA as long as you use good quality of either. So remember, ASA is mostly just ABS formulated for UV resistance. Like there isn't that much of a difference between the two, functionally. Okay, so if you go there, and you gotta come all the way up through there. And that hole is not cleared. Oh, bloody hell, come on. Yep, okay, that works, so yeah. So it is that, so I need to tighten that now. And I don't have anything to tighten it with. Shit. Oh shoot, where's that Allen key? Ah, crud. I had the one Allen key got picked up by the magnet and went on an adventure, and I don't know where it went. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's in the printer. PLA has creep. PLA melts. That's the problem with PLA. It melts. It gets soft really quickly, and it just kind of falls apart at that point. Friends don't let friends print printers out of PLA. Would Ultim work? Yes, Mr. Moneybags. If you would like to pay off my mortgage too, my PayPal is nero3dp@gmail.com. But yes, Ultim would work. Ultim would work amazingly well. Again, Mr. Moneybags. The Rook team will have more kits out soon through Fabreeko and West 3D. Also, LDO kits will be coming to Europe this fall. There you go. By more kits, do you mean different designs, or are they just gonna be more Rook kits? I didn't know there was like a shortage on Rook kits. But will the front fall off? If you use Ultim, no, it won't actually. Ultim parts at V0. Oh yeah. Ultim V0 parts, you literally have to whip them at concrete several times for them to smash. Ask me how I know. like to try out the LDO kit. LDO kit would be interesting because LDO usually like knocks it out of the park with add-ons and extras. So it'd be kind of interesting what a pimped out Rook looks like. How do you know? Because I was the one who whipped it at the concrete and broke it. Oh wait, I told you to ask me that. The Rook 2020 kit was going to be available soon. Here's the thing, I like the Rook being simple. Like I've got nothing against the people that are building Rooks with like 2020 and whatnot, but I think at that point it's not really a Rook. Like I'm a fan of the design ethos of it's a printed 3D printer. Once it's no longer a 3D printed printer, it's something different. Is Ultim? Yeah, I think it was it Ultim 1010 we tried? I mean, Toasty Boy is right here. We're ready to give it a try again. We're ready for round 2. Put me in, coach. Every time I pick this up, I expect it to weigh more than it does. Okay, so I got the thermistor in there. How am I going to tighten that? Do I have anything to tighten it with? Did I bring any tools out here? Do I got any pliers or anything? Shit. I thought I brought my crimping tool out here. Where the hell did I put it then? Uh-oh. Well, hopefully we're not doing any wire crimping today. We'll do electrical next week. Window too high for you to peek in. See, here's the thing. People are like, hey, here, look, I can do this. I can move the camera. So I had people go like, hey, you know, you got your rep box up there. The AMS is up there. How will you rise to the occasion to service everything that's way up there? And I say to you, a step ladder. Oh, look. Oh, easy. Oh, look, AMS, it's right here. I could do that. I could do all this. I can do stuff. And then I come down. I descend. Freaking rocket appliances, isn't it? Right about there. Engage Yeri mode. Okay, so we might be doing wiring and configuration next week, I think. Because we're already coming up on 11, which is traditionally the end time of the stream, so. Okay, there we go. So I do have, where did I put the box of 3D printed? Oh shit. Oh, I put it up top here. Like, where did I put the box of 3D printed parts? So the OG design calls for these little adjustment parts with like a heat set in it. I could do that, or because I brought this out here, I might as well flip and use it. I've got these. I got M3 knurled nuts that I'll use. So I'm just gonna use those. So put some washers on to space them out. And put some knurled nuts on it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Am I giving stuff away? Every stream I give away a spool of filament from Polymaker. That's about it. I don't do a ton of giveaways that often. I like people to come here to see me. and not come for the giveaways. There's already people that do that. There we go. Nice fancy neural nuts. Only instinct indie. Oh, let's be honest, that's been gone for a while now. I'm a YouTuber. Dragonflame, $5. Cheers. So more Ultim will be on its way to a box office near you. Okay. What I need to do is hit up the frickin' Goodwill or Value Village and get myself an oven. I need to get one of those so I can dry it properly, because that's what killed us last time. Other than the front of the tool head falling off. That actually killed us. The front of the tool head falling off. That was kind of the death blow to the whole trying to print Ultim on a Voron thing. However, what ruined the prints that we were trying to print was the fact that it was wet. The Ultim 1010 was wet. And I did run it through a normal filament dehydrator, but it doesn't get hot enough to actually dry it out. So I'm gonna have to go get like, if somebody can link me in the Discord, like the type of little convection oven, I was gonna just go get like a little pizza oven and just use that to dry it out. But those, they don't dry out, they just heat up. I need something that actually dries it out properly. So yeah. There we go. I'll put these wires through here for now. We'll deal with them later. Yeah. Hide the wires. Hide the shame. There we go. Put the carbon fiber one on for now because it looks cooler. An air fryer. I don't know if an air fryer would be the right thing to dry out Ultim. Here's the thing, you're not going to melt it. It's Ultim. It's got to get really hot. Peck is supposed to be easier. Yeah. But what I have is Ultim 1010, and for the price of it, I'm not going to go out and buy some because it don't work too good. So, with a rotisserie, ooh, a rotisserie would be nice. I do have a rotisserie in my barbecue. Okay, we put the bed on, push the power port into place. That's a lot of plosives. Push the power port into place. Pop, 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 pop. Peck is more money than 1010. Well, that puts a dampener on that. Okay, so we got ground, red, and black. So I'm assuming red is hot. And ground is ground. So that goes there. That goes there. So it comes mostly terminated. It doesn't lock into place. Why don't you lock into place? Yeah. It's like, come on, snap, do the snappy noise. Okay, one side locked into place. Well, I'll just be careful. I'll just glue it. Okay, there we go, that's that. Okay, put the panels on. Okay. The skirts will be the last printed parts to attach. Leave them off for now, but this shows where they go. You will need to do all the wiring first. The highlighted areas in green are wire pass. Okay. What highlighted areas in green? The highlighted areas in green are wire tie pass. Oh, I see, right there. So those are for putting ties in. Okay. We suggest getting all the startup checks and tuning with PSU sitting next to the printer until you're fairly certain that all is well. When you're set, add the skirts and finally the PSU. The wiring process is tedious for sure, but also straightforward. Use the MCU GitHub and follow the printer.cfg to put all the wires correctly. If you have not done wiring for a printer before, watching a couple videos may help. Okay. The MCU's GitHub. And the printer.cfg. Okay. So it looks like we're kind of YOLOing the wiring. Chris Neal, $10. Cheers. Appreciate it. You need a convection toast. That's what it is, convection toaster oven. That's what it is. Use the X1 Carbon's built-in feature to dry filament. How hot does that get though? And where is that? Print option, utilities, dry filament, ABS, ASA. I don't see the peak option. PC, how hot will PC get? 90 C for 12 hours. ABS, ASA. Okay, so the hottest it'll do 90 C on the bed, but that's the bed temperature. That's not the whole printer temperature. So that's not hot enough, I think. I don't think that's hot enough. Ultima is viciously like 10 minutes in open air. Yeah, you pretty much you print it out of the dry box. You print it out of the oven. Like, that's the thing, for proper printers that print Peak and Ultima and like that stuff, you're basically building a printer in an oven if you want to do it right. So like every time somebody's like, oh, can I convert my, it's like, no, technically you can, but you're doing it wrong if you do. You basically need to print in an oven. So I do have a dry box. Like, I do have a sealed dry box that I use to print out of for that. So yeah. So that Ultim, like, I did put it in a dry bag when we last used it. Also, what about the tool head on this? What tool head does this use? It's a Sherpa. Okay, so I gotta put the Sherpa together at some point, and that goes on the back. Okay, I gotta figure that out still. How do you put a Sherpa together? I gotta clean up the parts, that's what I gotta do. Do I have a Sherpa kit? I don't know if I have a Sherpa kit. I've never actually built a Sherpa before, so this will be interesting. I gotta clean all these parts, they're all kind of gunky. We'll do it next stream, I think, because what time is it? Yeah, we got 15 minutes left. So I'll just clean these parts off, and don't forget, at the end of the stream, we do the giveaway. So if you haven't entered for your chance to win some Polymaker filament, link in the video description, check that out. Because we do that giveaway every stream. So, a great pumpkin Rook. I'm digging this color. I'm really digging this. This is gonna go downstairs. This is not gonna be a garage printer. You know, I printed out of ABS so it won't melt out here. This will not be a garage printer. And also, so we've got to do the tall boy upgrades. So that'll be tap, new gantry stuff, and whatnot. So tall boy's gonna get some, I need a tool head. What extruder should I put on tall boy? I need an extruder to put on. I have an Apsu. Does the Apsu work? I don't know. I guess I could just leave the clockwork on it. Do I have a motor for a clockwork too? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. But Prusa Mark IV should be shipping next week, the kit. So that build will probably be Tuesday. So not this Tuesday, but starting not this week, next week. Prusa should be on the Tuesdays. So Orbiter 2. I'll talk to LDO, see if Jason can hook me up with one. Do that. Waiting on a Rapido 2 to come in too. There we go. These, I feel like I'm gonna break them. And then, what is this part for? Tell me what this part is for. I don't know. I got that, and I got this. Are these Rapido, or those are, I think these parts are for those Sherpa. Mantis, XOL with Sherpa, Mini RVZ. Yeah. Try buying the X1 extruder motors to see if it works as an alternative. Stripper front. Okay. It needs green wire cover. So let me print that part. So what were the rookery parts I was supposed to print? Printables. I'm okay with that. I'm not logged in. Let me log in so I can get my point. Oh, we're back. We're back. Where is the rookery? The zombie key. Under the rookery toolhead. There's only 3 files here. Unless it's its own separate thing. 3 models. No? Rookery. There's only 3 files. CR10 key, belt cradle, and that. Oh, just type rookery. Okay, rookery, Bowden polish, rookery extended base, Bowden toolhead. Zombied, is this the one? By Gulsifer. No, I'll just search your account. Okay. Zombied. So is this the one? Is this the one right here? What's zombied? The 79 likes one. Yeah, okay. Do I need the 3010 or the 4010? I'm thinking it's a 3010, right? That's a 3010 part fan in the front of this. Yeah, it's a 3010. So I need the zombie. What does zombie mean? I don't have anything to open this file on this computer. Shoot. Hold on. Ooh. Oh, I need the 4010 one. Okay, 4010 one. Okay, 4010 one. Okay. So got that. An extra heat set. Okay. So that's that. Now, where is that cable management thing? Where was that? I don't see that cable management tab on the top. Because it wasn't in this one. And it's not as part of the Rook. It's Fabreeko specific. Top frame. Gantry. Stress relief. Is this it? There it is. Okay, it's under stress relief. Okay. Hotend mount. I printed all this. Cowling. Oh, these are okay. These weren't in here when I downloaded these files. Or maybe they were. I can't remember. Hotend mount. Okay. So then, where's the zombie one? Okay. Oh, zombie requested. Okay, Orca slicer. I don't have a slicer on here. I need to get a slicer on here. Orca slicer. 1.6 official release and download. Extract all. Which hotend? We're using that hotend. Can we add 10 rolls of filament to the giveaway? Wuxen, we'll chat after the stream because it's Polymaker doing the giveaway. So I can't, like, we just do one spool of stream and that's it. Like, that's what I got clearance for. And I'm not set up to do another giveaway right now. We're on this stream in 7 minutes. If you want to do something, give me advance notice, ping me on Discord or Twitter or whatever, and we'll work something out like properly instead of spur of the moment. Just to just make it easier, because mid-stream, yeah. Orca slicer, more info. Yes, I'm okay running it. Run anyways. Next stream will be over. Well, I do 3 streams a week, right? We got time for giveaways, and it's a lot better when we have advance notice, so we can have people properly enter, and I have it properly set up and everything. Especially because the current giveaways are like worldwide, so I'd have to make a whole other thing and whatnot. Select my region, North America. Oop, printer must be selected. Okay, I'll select the frickin' bamboo. X1 carbon, 0.4 nozzle. Next. All the filaments. Next. Bamboo network plugin. Do I want to put the bamboo plugin? Because I don't have the stupid update. I gotta put the frickin' bamboo plugin. I don't want to do the bamboo plugin. Frickin', I don't want Chinese spyware on my frickin' printer. Allow public networks. Fine, fuck it, why not? There we go. Okay. Yeah. Oh, now the computer lags for a second. The new room is much. Oh, it's so much. It is so much better here. I don't even know my bamboo password. What the frick is my bamboo password? That's my email address. You know my email address. Password. I agree. Is that my password? Is that my password? Is that my password? Yes, that's my password. Okay, we're good. I'm like, which password did I use? Because I've got like 8 different passwords that I use with variants of each one. So it's like, which one? Okay, so new project. So we need to print stress relief and the zombied one. Okay. Load these files as single object. No. Okay. So you go there, you go there. So then what does that heat set do? What attaches to that heat set? Oh, it just pushes on the back. I see. I see. That's smart. Okay. So I'm gonna print these both in green because why not? No AMS devices. There's, yeah, that one's plugged in. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. So synchronize. Yes. Okay, cool. So we are going to print you in green. Okay, actually, no, I'm going to print you with some actual strength. So these parts aren't weak sauce. 5 top, 5 bottom. Top shell's thickness. Oh, advanced. Give me all the info. And 45% cubic. I like the cubic. Cubic. Where's cubic? Let me come. Adaptive cubic. No, not adaptive. Regular cubic. Where's regular cubic? There it is. Okay, cool. There we go. Error plate, not you. Oh, shut up. You have the textured PI. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that's all sliced. Print plate. And we are going to print you with the green. The green. Okay. Flow calibration off because I use good quality filament. And, oh wait, no, that needs support. This needs support. Support. This needs support. Support. Enable support. I'm just going to paint on support. Paint. There. We'll let that bridge. Yeah, that'll bridge. That'll be fine. Okay. Normal manual. There we go. Slice plate. There we go. That'll work. There we go. Print. I'm gonna print that in green and send. It's not correctly for video play. Re-register it. Yes. Oh my god. I love how there's like, now this is running in the background. What does it do? I don't know. Loading failed. Yes, I registered it. Yes. It literally won't work. Succeeded. Loading. Come on. Do the thing. Why do you have to be more complicated than every other system in the world? Just do the thing. My average home password, my average work. Oh my god. How much do I have? Like 150, 200 grams? Like when I worked at the, oh god. So when I worked in the insurance place, okay, we had so many passwords. So the problem, my camera is, oh yeah, let me know. Oh, did this wig out at all when we sliced? Hopefully it didn't. It shouldn't because this is cam links. When I worked in the insurance place, we had so many flippin' passwords because you had like, I had to have a password for the insurance bureau for like every province I worked in. And then I also had to have like 5 or 6 passwords because each company had their own password for their system. So every day you would have to log into like 12 services. But the best part was the password would need to be changed every 30 days. Some it was every 90 days. Some you couldn't use a previous password if it was the previous one. Some you can like bounce between 2. So what happened was one guy at the company wrote like a script. And what you would do is you would save this script on your desktop. And it was like a Windows macro script. So what would happen is you would come in and you would click this button and it would auto launch all these things and sign in. And it would have all your profiles and all your passwords, usernames and password in plain text. And everyone used it. And you would just come in, you double click the button, it would launch the program, sign you in, launch the program, sign you in. And then when you tried to change it, you would change it because everyone had to have completely random passwords because it was super annoying. So everyone had password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Password manager. This was back in like 2010. So they weren't as common, like password managers weren't really as common back then. So everyone just had like a batch file that did it all because everyone just shared it. So the best part is you would get sent, like when you got hired, they'd be like, okay, here's the batch, here's the file you used to sign up everything. So somebody would just copy and paste theirs, email it to you, and you would go in and change their username and password to your username and password for everything. So like, yeah, network security was a huge issue. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. I think I missed. Derek, 25 months. Jeez. 2 years and 1 month. Yeah, it's about that time. Trying to see if Luxon messaged back. Just because when that was all installing, I had a big pop-up over chat, so I couldn't see chat. We'll get in touch great time. Cheers. It's just, and for longtime viewers of the stream, in case you're wondering, I don't like doing spur of the moment, like, oh hey, massive giveaway or massive thing, because ODD, ADD brain, whatever, it interrupts the flow. Like basically, if I'm in the middle of a beer, I'm in the middle of a beer too right now. And all of a sudden it's like I'm trying to keep track of like trying to set up a giveaway, and what it kind of ruins the flow. It kind of just, you know, interrupts what's going on in the middle, especially like at the end of a stream. It's like I'm ready to sign off. Although I got a feeling tonight's stream might run long, because it's actually not an oven in here, although it's up to 62% humidity. So Microsoft has come out against Polymaker and changed their password every so often. Yeah, because people get lazy. Like I was there for 3 years. So I've had dozens and dozens of passwords. So what happens is it's password 1, then password 2, then password 3, then password 4. So it's amazingly private. When I worked at the tool shop, that happened to us. One of our, not our shop, but another competing shop that we, you know, shops work with each other. If you don't have your machine space to run something, you'll outsource it to another shop. So the shops talk to each other. You know, you're competing, you still work together, you still outsource stuff to each other until you get bought up by a foreign investment firm, and then everyone turns on you, which I don't blame them because everything went to shit. But before that, what happened was another shop in our town got hit by ransomware. And what happened was it got in their network and it sent emails out to everyone's contact list. Oh, here's that quote you wanted. Link. And everyone who had an email at that company, their email, because they had like the Outlook or whatever, the whole system, everyone's email at that company that had an email logged in during the day that happened, everyone in their contact list got an email. Here's the quote you wanted, link. Yeah, that was fun. So luckily, I wasn't important enough to have an email, so I don't have to worry about it. But like, holy shit. If you want to see a system get locked down quick, I swear the IT guys did the whole run into the server room and unplug stuff, because they saw everyone getting those emails, and you just heard screaming in the office, nobody open your fucking emails, everyone stand up, because everyone just got this mass influx of emails at once. It's like, oh shit. So at first they thought they got hacked because everyone got like a dozen plus emails that all said the same thing. Because the two companies worked together, so a lot of people had contact. So yeah, luckily somebody like, hey, what's this? And like nobody opened it, and like, but yeah, they like pulled our whole system down to like, nobody touch anything to sort out what's going on. Yeah, literally a guy ran to the server room and pulled everything offline, like the whole, you know, unplug everything and shut it all down. But yeah, they ended up paying the ransom because they could not afford the downtime. Customers need stuff, they like all their designs, like everything got locked down. They had access to nothing. They couldn't operate. They literally couldn't, people at work couldn't do anything because it's like, oh, hey, I need to cut this file. Well, can't get into the server. Everything was locked down. So they pretty much they paid the ransom. They paid the ransom because the cost to fight it, and the amount of lost revenue, they just paid it. And the thing is though, if you get struck by ransomware and you pay to unlock it, they unlock it. They straight up unlock it because they know if they didn't unlock it, nobody would pay them. So they actually will, if you get hit with ransomware and you pay the ransom, they will unlock your shit. And then hopefully you'll fall for it again. And you know, hopefully they didn't. I don't know how much they paid. They paid to unlock it because they were in the middle of a big tooling package for a company. We're talking dozens of tools, and they would have been completely screwed if like they had a week where they couldn't do anything for a week. They got hit at a really bad time. But yeah, they'll unlock your stuff if you get hit by ransomware, because if they didn't, nobody would pay. They want to get paid. They're just in it for the money. They don't care. They just want to get paid. That it doesn't come back. Well, that's always a risk. Home for 3 days ahead of put all back. I managed to keep our scenes. There, you're lucky. Have fantastic customer service. Yeah, they do, because they want to get paid. They're just straight in it for the money. Like they're not they're not in it for some ethos or anything, or like, you know, we're taking down the system. It's like, no dog, I just want to get a paycheck. You paid? Here you go. Here's the unlock keys. Yeah, it's shitty. I'm not supporting it in any way, but I find it hilarious that they actually, you know, they're just, hey, we're just running a business here, man. 3D Chameleon streams. I already built a 3D Chameleon on stream. See, this is what I mean about the long startup time with this thing. LiDAR lens is dirty. Disturbance on force sensor 1. Great, I gotta tape the sensor back. I had no issues with the bed sensor on this until I moved it. And now I'm getting the frickin', I gotta open up the back and tape that thing back on. ZFS snapshots are great for stopping ransomware. Magical instant snapshot. Yeah, my network security is probably better than most, but it's not that great. And considering I run a YouTube channel, I should probably be doing a lot more. But I do take like personal precautions here. Like right now, I actually have a Ubiquiti Wi-Fi access point now out here. So all these printers, I haven't set them up yet, but everything going forward will be connected to that network, and that network is separate from my home network. So I already kind of did that before, but now I actually have completely different physical routers. So they have access to the internet, but they shouldn't have access to my home network if I set it up right. I hope I did. It was the first time I did anything with that stuff. So we'll figure it out. Backups are only useful. There you go. Yeah, see, I've got my Unraid server. I've got all my footage on it. If I lose that, as of right now, we actually don't lose anything. As shitty as it is, and it's not great to say, but if like something happened and I completely lost my home network, right? I'd be most upset about baby pictures and whatnot, but I still have them, you know, we still have our phones, we still have stuff on our phones and Facebook and whatnot. And my wife has an off Google Drive or something. I don't know. It's all on Google Drive, right? So that stuff is all backed up. But I would lose like Tower. If I lose Tower, which is my Unraid server, because I left the default name because I'm super awesome like that. This folder right here is the big guy. This is my import folder. This is everything that I've used to make a video in all the raw folders, all the raw files for videos for about the past 2 years. Is in import. So 1.7 terabytes. I only started recording 4K a little while ago. So like, yeah, if I lose my merch folder, which is in here, I lose like designs for merch. That's backed up on Discord. I just hunt down the message with, you know, whoever sent it. So it would be annoying to lose all this stuff. There is some tax paperwork in here that would be annoying, like whatchamacallit, which paperwork, what do I call it? Invoices. I would lose a few invoices. That would be annoying for tax purposes. But here's the thing. Tomorrow's video is already edited and uploaded online. And worst comes to worst, if I lose the footage, I just download everything off YouTube. I just lose the raw footage. So should follow the 3-2-1, backup 3 copies. Well, here's the thing. What is my normal content? This. I do videos. Still working on regularly doing 1 video a week, but we got a video tomorrow. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. And if you're already a channel member or Patreon supporter, or if somebody gives it to you, you can watch it after this stream because it's already live for those folks. But yeah, I live stream, so everything's live. There really is, the backup for this is YouTube. So yeah, I know I should be running an offsite backup. I'm bad for that. I have my Unraid server. It does have a parity drive, but beyond that, that's it. That's what I got. When I'm recording a video, I don't delete the stuff off the SD card until the video is out. So there's my 2 backups. I have the original files on the SD cards, and I have the stuff I'm actually editing off the Unraid. And then once the video is edited and out, I delete stuff off the SD cards, and it just lives on the Unraid, and then whatever was uploaded to YouTube. So I know a parity drive is not backup. I've already lost a drive. I've already had to rebuild it once. But for what I'm doing, to also have the best option for me would be like buy an 8 terabyte hard drive and just like once a month, like back up that and just keep that plugged in, like keep that unplugged somewhere else. I really can't justify offsite backup. For what I do, offsite backup just does not make sense. Print everything out of QR codes. My old live streams, all my live streams are monetized. So if you go back and watch like the original really shitty camera, really shitty audio live streams of me building like a V2, building Tallboy, or the V, was my first live stream a V2 or Tallboy? I can't remember. Either way, you go back and watch those live streams from 2+ years ago. Yeah, those are monetized. I still make AdSense on them. 4 terabyte cloud sitting under the desk, collecting dust. You're unplugged. So Derek, $10. Cheers. The problem is not your videos, but all these Clipper machines with unhardened OS setups. Imagine someone taking it over. I've been saying that for a bit now, Derek. So yes, I'll be honest. And you know what? You're going to be honest too. The vast majority of you, Raspberry Pi. With that, I can get into your printer. Now, granted, I have to be on your network too, but if you bring a 3D printer that's running Clipper or anything like that to Murph, Earth, Smurf, any public event, I hope you changed your password. I hope it's not Pi Raspberry. Because, oh my God. Remember, these are computers. These are computers. If you got a Raspberry Pi in there, it's a computer. So if somebody in chat who is actually well-versed in this sort of thing, can you explain what somebody can load onto somebody if they had access to your Raspberry Pi? If they can get into your Raspberry Pi, what they could load onto your Raspberry Pi to just sit there in the background? What kind of damage something like that can do? What can they do? What's like worst case scenario? If somebody, you know, or hey, you bought that, we'll call them a reality machine. And it, you know, they pull updates from a random server, not the official, you know, Clipper GitHub, some random server in some random country, and some nefarious third party happened to get into their server, and they changed it so that when you pulled an update, they snuck a little something extra in there, and now it's installed on your on your printer that's running a Linux distro that is already connected to your home network. What kind of damage could they do? As I grab another beer, because it's gonna be one of those nights, I think. So what kind of damage could they do? Because that's the thing I'm worried about. I'm not worried about what Reality does. Oh wow, they might steal your data and whatever, sell it to some company. Who cares? Everyone does that already. What I'm worried is one of these companies with lax security, or just they happen to have a security hole, and somebody gets in, and they're nefarious. What could they do? Man in the middle attack. That's sketchy. especially with, you know, people doing everything online, credit card information and all that. IDs. I mean, I'm a YouTuber. You betcha my YouTube account has a lot of factors of authentication. Rickroll. So that's what I'm worried about. Like right now, let me see right now. Amplify.land. How do I get into my web interface? Let me pull up my. How do I get into my amplify? Is amplify.land? I typed in amplify. .land. Let me in. Okay, whatever. Anyways, I've got like 30 something devices connected to my home network at any given moment. So it's like, yeah. Unsecured shared folder becomes a repository. Yeah, like that's the thing. There is a lot of bad things that can happen if somebody gets into your network and can put something on a computer. And there's a lot of companies coming out with 3D printers with Clipper that's running Linux. That's, who knows, you know, I got my Cheaty right here. I got the Cheaty X Smart Fast. Do you trust Cheaty's network security for their first time playing with Clipper? This is what it is. Steve hacked himself. No, Sharon. Oh, I know. I'm not saying those words because YouTube, but be careful even just saying that stuff on YouTube, because YouTube, they auto mod the hell out of stuff. Internet never forgets. It never forgives, it never forgets. There we go. Seen someone who got their 3D print hacked. I have not, but I know it has been a thing in the past. I can't remember what Rep Fest it was. I don't think it was like a Murph or an ERF, but I remember seeing something where like somebody came in and their printer printed something overnight. Like, was it not Obico, before it was Obico, Spaghetti Detective. Wasn't there like an exploit at some point where like I remember reading something where somebody's printer printed something saying like, hey, I've got access to your network or something. Like somebody printed something on a printer saying like, hey, you've been hacked or something. So, couple of notifications on what? Discord? If you ping me on Discord, I don't see it during a stream. Someone printed a thing where in their Octoprint was vulnerable. Yep. There are threat actors that still print. Yeah. Like, I've got security on my network. I'm not going to go into what security. I'm not going to what other services I may be using. I'm being very broad and generalized and non-really descriptive of my actual setup, because you never know. But you gotta protect your, like, a lot of people just don't even worry about network security. So it is a thing, so. Someone donated and sent a member chat. Did I miss a super chat? Your activity. No, I've got them all. I've mentioned them all. Charles, thank you for coming a member if I missed it. Derek, $10. I think I mentioned that one. I used to hack people and say you've been hacked, so I updated your security. I remember reading that. I read that on Reddit today. Somebody's like, there was a hacker who hacked a bunch of access points, like routers or something, and applied a security update. Hacked an analog phone system. See, we had that back in the day for collect, but basically when you would call somebody collect and you would just say, hey mom, or what is it? Hey Mom, Walmart, pick me up. And that would be your last name. That's how we hacked collect calls back in the day. Does the German Shepherd guard the network? He does guard the premises. You're not coming on the property without Coda letting us know you're here. Put it that way. But no, I've had to like change, like, when was it? A while ago, I accidentally doxed myself on a stream. I'm not gonna say what or where, but I did dox some of my Wi-Fi information. Oh, this was a while ago. So I had to go through and change everything. And at that point, I put a bunch of extra blockers and whatnot in the way. So, because somebody's like, hey, you should be doing this, 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 and this. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start doing this stuff, so. Either confirm or find that freaking was fun. What was that movie? It was a really bad movie. It was like a after 2000s movie. The Core. There's the one guy in the Core, the hacker guy who had to like hide everything, like keep it all secret on the internet. That was loud outside. I don't know what that was. And like he like took somebody's phone and he like whistled into it. It's like, you have free cell phone, or you have free long distance for the rest of your life, or something like that. What was that noise? That sounded like something on the road. How's this printing? That's printing. I like that movie. That was not a good movie. The Core was not a good movie. Do we want to do the giveaway now? Get it out of the way? Or are we gonna wait till the end of the stream? Because obviously we're past the end of the stream. Free long distance seems so quaint. Yeah, even now it's like free data. I'm like, I'm gonna limit it. Well, I've got 20 gigs of data. I'm in Canada. We don't get cheaps. Pay like $100 a month for cell phone bullshit. Giveaway? Okay, we'll do the giveaway now. Ba-ba-ba. I need to get rid of this keyboard. This is annoying me. It's like a laptop keyboard. Yeah, I need to get a better keyboard out here. What I should do is get a better keyboard for my computer room and take that keyboard and put it out here. Give away another beer. Oh, I already opened the other beer. We're on beer number 2, and they're tall boys. Okay, let's see the giveaway. I'm gonna give you like 2 minutes. What time is it? It's 11:25. At 11:30, we're doing the giveaway. So if you haven't entered, you have till 11:30. And also like the smash button. I need to move this. So the problem is the camera's here, but when I talk to chat, I look at chat, which is now there. So I need to figure out a way to, I'm tempted to get a, whatchamacallit, teleprompter and put chat on a teleprompter so I actually look at the camera. Whoa. Oh, there that goes. Ah! Oh shit. There we go. That was okay. I don't know if you heard that. That was an echo. Remember how I said at the beginning of the stream that, yeah, there goes the music. Oh, no, it's still there. Remember how I said at the beginning of the stream, my main monitor is a TV? That means it has speakers in it. So when this died, it kicked over to the speakers and the TV, which I didn't expect. So, yeah. That's new. So, teleprompter work for chat would be cool. Yeah, but I'd have to be another monitor. That's the thing. So it'd have to be another screen, and then I would have to drag that into that. Tape a tablet to a drone teleprompter. Well, what I could do is just get like one of those cheap, like even a Raspberry Pi display, and just mount it below the camera slightly. Because I can mount it like right here or something. Or I could just put another arm on it. Can you hear the music right now? Because right now it's playing through the TV very quiet. I'm hoping the noise canceling takes care of it. How's this coming along? We're gonna be able to swap this out tonight? No, maybe 74%. No music. Nope, okay, I'll just leave it on there. It's really weird without having the noise canceling, like nothing in my ears. So you can send me, if you want, Dragonflame. If it's HDMI and it's powered by normal power, I would be able to use it. Pad 7, no, I wouldn't want a Pad 7 because that's a Pad 7. Immediately, who awake without a trowel? What? Android tablet and dump a screen to it. Yeah, but how do you do that? Yeah. You can whistle the launch codes for new. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. No, they didn't lock him away without a trial. They bet you could rewire the Sonic Pad. I don't think so. I don't think the Sonic Pad allows that. Also, the Sonic Pad's too small for chat. Android tablet plus HDMI input. Can you do HDMI input to an Android tablet? Like, honestly, here's the thing. Go on Amazon, you can buy a 24-inch 1080p monitor for $100. Like, I'm just thinking compactness. So I'll probably end up just buying another monitor at this point. So that's the thing. It's like diminishing return costs. Because at first I'm like, oh, I'll just buy like one of those, you know, Raspberry Pi displays. But it's like almost as much as just buying a used 24-inch 1080p monitor at that point. So here's the problem, Wolf Metal. I live in Canada. There is no cheap stuff like that on Amazon Canada. Webcam. Yeah, but that's a interface layer. And then you got a tiny little screen. I'll probably just buy another. Set up a P.O. box and we're sending a bunch of stuff. 94, I already got a P.O. box. I've got a P.O. box. Nobody uses it. So I'm probably going to get rid of it. I've got a P.O. box. The problem is the P.O. box is a Canada Post P.O. box, which means you have to send it via the mail. You can't send it via UPS, FedEx, or any of those other courier services because they can't sign for it. So yeah, I've had a P.O. box for a while, and I'm probably going to get rid of it by the end of the year because it cost me $200 a year, and I get something like once every 2 or 3 months, if that. Because for companies, I just have them ship it to my house because it's a lot easier. So if a company reaches out, I give them my home address because they're a company, and I don't got a problem with that. But like random person, hey, I want to send you something. You're going to the P.O. box. So I probably will be switching it over to like I think UPS will sign for it, like one of those P.O. boxes. The problem is there's none near me. So it's like I have to drive 20 minutes to the P.O. box if I want to use like an actual P.O. box that I can, you know, UPS and whatnot. So Bamboo AMS or Voron with ERKFA. Explosive Gamer, do you want to buy it and print or do you want to build it and print? Pick your poison. That's really what it is do you want, like, they're completely different ecosystems and completely different ethos. Do you want to buy it and print or do you want to build it? Do you want to be able to tinker with it? Do you want to fiddle with it? Or you just want to take it out of the box and print? That's going to decide what you go with. So. Okay, let's do this giveaway. We're going to do the giveaway, get out of the way before I forget. So let's copy all this thing. It's always funny when I see how many people don't answer it right. Like, there is a skill testing question. I put it in as a joke. And the amount of people that don't answer it right is actually kind of disappointed. Because it's not a hard question. It's not. I think it was 3 plus 3 today. But the amount of people that, like, don't answer it, it's like, it's not a trick question. Just put the number. It's a rocking appliances. Yeah, I know math is hard, apparently. Speaking of math, somebody give me a number between 3 and 6. I need a number between 3 and 6. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who is this person? Who is that person? They're the only one that's a different color. Are they going to be the winner? We'll find out. Round and round it goes where it stops. Oh, is it going to be that person? No, it's not going to be that person. It is going to be Fried Water. That's a name. Is that how Homer cooks? That's like a Homer Simpson thing, isn't it? Cooks, burns the water. Ooh, you entered right at the end too. 1 of 1. Oh, that's you. Congratulations. You will get an email from me after the stream ends with information on how to collect your filament from Polymaker. So congratulations, Fried Water. That is a name. Okay, let's see what's going on Twitter and see if there's any topics we can talk about. Anyone want to... Okay, I've still got about half a beer left. So anyone, open floor, what do we want to talk about? People are calling out bamboo again. Honestly, I'm getting annoyed about complaining about bamboo. What the heck would the bamboo supporters feel like? What's Twitter? A hive of scum and villainy, but it's the best hive of scum and villainy. Let's be honest. Tacos. I might do tacos tomorrow. Any plans for the old Ender 3 parts? I'm probably going to reuse some of the carriages for camera sliders. That was loud. I've got one here. So I need to figure out an overhead cam at some point. And what I'm thinking is just get like 2 meters of 40/20 V-slot and just use one of the carriages with the camera mounted to it and just use that for the overhead camera. Or put one on the wall and slide it around or something. Or just make a camera slider. So that will be that. Did you see the spool of PTFT tube? You did. That's Amazon.com. I live in Canada. And I did find, I think the equivalent in Canada, but it was 2mm ID. I need 3mm ID. Less friction. Why does no one use the servo boards? Like servos? They're just more annoying to work with and then diminishing returns for the cost. It's if you have a well-tuned machine, you shouldn't be losing steps and skipping steps. And if you are, usually something went wrong. So. You posted on Twitter. What did you post on Twitter? Am I following Wuxin on Twitter? Oh, I'm not. I'm going to follow you guys. There we go. Perfect Prince Wizards. Cool. So you got new firmware. There you go. If you had a sewing machine, would you use it? I would, because I actually need to finish my Mandalorian armor, and all the stuff I need to finish on my Mandalorian armor is the soft parts. So I've already done all the hard parts, which is the actual armor itself, but I need to finish the flight suit and the vest and the cape and all that involves sewing. So yes, actually, if I had a sewing machine, I would use it. Could a corrupt Pi cause AV stepper motors to move the tool head sporadically? Probably not, because the way Clipper works is it sends batch commands to the MCU, and it's very critical about timings. So if something was up on the Raspberry Pi, it would probably cause errors of some sort that would actually crash instead of just like skipping steps. You may have some, what I would recommend, if it's something you could test using like just a test motion instead of a print, try swapping the motors around, like reassign the motors and drivers to something else and try it and see if it loses steps or something. What did I do with the second? It's doing a very good job. I think I have a printer sitting on it in another room. We'll revisit it at some point. If I had a bedazzler, no. How do I change scenes on OBS? Magic. And also I have this. So camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2. Close up. K3 door mod on any Voron soon. I don't know what the K3 door mod is, and I'm actually a fan of the single pane doors, actually. Except for the door on Tallboy fell on the ground last night and broke in half. So Tallboy needs a new door, which sucks. Is the Pi 01 still okay for fluid mainsail? Chol, yes, as long as you don't plan on running input shaper. Now, preface that, you can use input shaper if you already have the values. However, you cannot actually run input shaper with an accelerometer on a Raspberry Pi Zero. Also, a webcam is a little too much for it. You might be able to get by at like 480p, 1 FPS type setup, like very, very, very not taxing webcam settings. But yes, you can, and try and limit it to like a machine that's using only a couple steppers. Don't use it on like a V2, use it on something like a V0. But yes, you technically can. I've done it. I've got machines that still use a V0. I don't use them that often, but they do function fine with it. You could do the manual. Yes, you could do the manual input shaper, or what you could do, and I've done this. I did this on the Bonsai, where I ran input shaper on a Raspberry Pi Zero 2, which does have enough power for it. I ran input shaper. I got all the information. I got all the values. I saved it. And then all I did was take the SD card out and swapped it to a Raspberry Pi Zero, and then just use that. So it has all the values. It just doesn't have the power to actually run input shaper. But once you have the values, it's fine, and it doesn't run on webcam. So why is there an expiration date on sour cream? Bacteria. If I need to replace the motors, steppers, any mods you'd recommend for AB motors? Not really, especially on like a V2. Like, you can go to like the machine ones and whatnot. I've got, my V2 has carbon fiber. I machine my own carbon fiber AB motor mounts. I can't tell a difference before and after. I can't tell a difference on a print now versus a print when they were plastic. Planning to build a bonsai with SKR Mini. Marlon, is that okay? Go for it. I built mine. Mine has an SKR Mini, a Pi Zero, and I have a 12 volt 120 bed on it, like 120 by 120 bed. I built it mine completely out of spare parts. CAN bus best mod. No idea. Don't use CAN bus a lot. What about CFX Axis versus 2020? Diminishing returns. I don't, now to be fair, I don't use a CF Axis on any of my machines, and I don't feel the need to. My machines run just fine with the aluminum extrusion and normal rail. I'm not a huge fan of, I like robustness, put it that way. If you got Castaway, what fast food would you miss? KFC gravy with fries and popcorn chicken. It's horrible for you. But if I was on like a desert island for several years and I came back and they're like, hey, what you want? Yeah. Show us the mouse pad. This one is a 1911 one. I can't remember when I got this, but it's a 1911 one. KFC, that's very specific. It's good. KFC gravy is so bad for you. It's so bad for you. But KFC gravy, get the little packet of pepper, put 1 packet of pepper in it, mix it all up. So good. So good. Oh, that mouse pad. That one's in the computer room. And yes, it does match the gamer sub shaker. McDonald's fries. McDonald's fries and KFC. Ooh, maybe. KFC in America is really bad. So yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I've got KFC in Canada. I've never actually been to KFC in the US because every time I go to the US, if I'm gonna get fried chicken, I get something like Popeyes or what's the one that's not open Sunday? Whatever that one is. Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A. Poutine with KFC. They do have poutine. KFC does have poutines up here. They're not bad. They're shitty poutines. Don't get me wrong. But in terms of fast food poutines, they're better than like the Burger King poutine. Or actually, no, they're better than the A&W poutine. The Burger King poutine. The problem is the cheese and the sauce. It's never right. Do I miss machining? Yes and no. So to be fair, when I worked in the tool shop, I was a mold maker. I wasn't a machinist. So I did run manual machines, Bridgeports, lathes, grinders, that sort of thing. And I worked with my hands, but I never actually ran a CNC machine. That wasn't my job. I was a tool maker. I built the injection molds. So when it came to like, yes, I do miss the ability to like go, you know, off hours, just fuck around with the Bridgeport and make my own stuff. Way back when Vorons were a lot more niche, my original V0, I cut all the parts and I squared up all the extrusions on a Bridgeport. I machined my own bed. Tall boy's bed. I machined that myself. I did all the drilling and all that myself. So I do miss that kind of stuff. And every now and then, you know, I do miss, you know, doing that kind of stuff. But then I realized, you know, I remember that, you know, the company I worked for made it all shit and it wasn't fun anymore. So I don't really miss it anymore. Let me find you a video here. We're doing Nero After Dark here. So I do have some old... I'll leak some old stuff. So, you know... there we go. I don't know if we're going to have audio for this. No. So here's me casually flipping a mold that, if I remember correctly, this one weighed 111,000. Or very close to that. It weighed so much that I didn't overload the crane. So the crane's rated for 55,000. So it's half load. So I believe it was 106. So technically I never overloaded either crane, but if I went too fast, it would trip the auto, oh shit, this is too heavy sensor. So yeah. So this is me at like 1 in the morning flipping this by myself. So that's why I'm going a little slow. So that's a fascia mold, by the way. So that's like the mold that they use to make the front part of your car. What else do I got? I don't have a lot. You work overnight? Yeah, I was the afternoon shift supervisor. This was one of our newer CNCs that we got. But this is a shit CNC because as you can see, the bed is moving. And as we all know, if the bed moves, it's automatically shit. This was like brand new. They were having issues like sorting it out, so I had to record it and send it to somebody. Ooh, EJ, $10. Thanks for your vid. They got my Ender running again. Awesome with Clipper and printing ABS well enough to print the missing parts for my ongoing V01 build. Awesome. That's good to hear. Oh, here you go. For all those ASMR folks, you know there's going to be no audio. Ooh, look at all the plastic. How much does one of those machines, a mold like that, cost? A fascia mold, you're looking anywhere from 650,000 to like over $1 million. Yeah, they were not cheap. Which one was this? Oh, this was a cool one. This mold made, it was a plastic part. You would injection mold it, and then you would take the part and you would put it into a concrete form for a barricade. And it would allow an arm on like a forklift to like pick up the concrete like spacing, or what are they called in the middle of the road. So it made a little like, a thing would go in and would allow it to pick up the concrete thing and also latch onto it. So this was a mold for that. So that's all hydraulically powered. Do I miss working there? I miss the work every now and then, but it went to shit. Pylon, divider, yeah. Tool and die left the States. It did, like, even in like where I live is like one of the biggest areas for tool and mold in Canada. It did, but it came back because the overseas tools were just shit. So this is a 43 millimeter sumo drill, drilling at 12 inches a minute. Yes, it's flooding it with coolant. Yes, those chips are smoking, and those chips are thick. So this is one of our gantry, or one of the gantry CNCs. So this drill bit is 43 millimeters wide. It's a spade bit. So it's a carbide insert spade bit, and it's drilling at 12 inches a minute. And this is just not cold, but this is just like P20. So P20 tool steel. Not normal water? No, it's coolant. So yeah, that's enough for now. I'll save some for later. Oh yeah, pretty much all the tools have through coolant. You need to when you're machining that fast. And it's an apprenticeship. I got in as an apprenticeship. One of my buddies worked at the shop, and at the time I worked in the insurance place, and I hated it, and it was soul sucking, and it was going nowhere. And he's like, "Hey, you want to get in the trades?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" So did a quick little interview, started there. 3 years later, I was the afternoon shift supervisor, and 6 years? How many years did I work there? Shit, I can't remember. Like 3 years, 3.5 years, I was the afternoon shift supervisor. And so when did I start? I started in 2014, and I quit 2021. So, or no, last year. 2022. I was there like almost 8 years. There we go. I will say the support came off really clean. So we'll swap that out later. Not going to be playing with a heat set iron tonight, or at least right now. 2-year trade school is a good way. So for me, the worst way to get in was to go to trade school. You get hired at the shop as an apprentice, and you're apprentice on the job, and you do night school. So that's what I did. Organic? No, just normal supports. So I got in, I got hired, and I started working on the shop floor, tapping holes and drilling stuff and basic stuff. I was lucky because I showed up for the start of my first shift at 6:30 in the morning, like everyone else, and I got started doing the bitch work because I was the new guy on the floor. But 10 o'clock that day, some kid showed up, and he was supposed to start at 6:32. So he got shafted and got stuck doing the bitch work, and they pulled me to actually do work. And that was the last time I did bitch work, because that kid got stuck doing all the bitch work. And then they hired somebody else, and that guy was at the bottom. So I got to like not do any bitch work, which was great. Don't exist where I am. Yeah, it depends. Like where I live, if you got a beating heart, you can get a job in a tool shop. Doesn't mean it's a great job. The industry has changed a lot. The problem is that the trade is full of a lot of like old bitter people that they basically sold their lives to the company back in the day, working like 70 hours a week and never saw their kids and are bitter and divorced. So they expect you to do it. And people nowadays, no. It's like, why? You guys aren't paying me that much. I can go work at McDonald's for the same starting wage. And it's a lot better than this. So machine shop, old farm. Oh, don't get me wrong. I worked with some great guys, but it's a lot of the mentality of how you should be treating the work. Like for them, the work is their life. And yeah, you know, some of them were great folks. A lot of them weren't, but some were. What? Oh, I got plastic in that. How did I get plastic in that? But yeah, it is what it is. Plastic like melted and got stuck up in there. We're at McDonald's, but I would disagree. Well, here's the thing, like, do you want to work in a shop for, you know, 70 hours a week doing back-breaking labor with a bunch of old people constantly belittling you for $12 an hour? Or do you want to go work at McDonald's flipping burgers for $15 an hour? Pick your poison. And they wondered why a lot of people didn't want to join the trade anymore. So, is what it is. Is what it is. Also, it was great when we had like things like profit sharing and bonuses and, you know, decent raises constantly. Because if you were good, you would get good raises. But then, you know, company gets bought out by, you know, they get addicted to the profits, and, you know, profits start going down. So, of course, you know, profit sharing goes away and all the bonuses go away and everything that made the job good goes away. And next thing you know, you're working a shitty job for no benefits. No, it's not union. Trade shops aren't union. Well, at least where I am, or where I was. I have to run a tap through these. I got plastic in these heat sets. Rather than dealing with old coworkers and customers that are insulting you for things you did that are not. I did service industry for a couple years. I worked at a grocery store for actually 7 years when I was a kid. Hit and miss. Yes, Karens suck, but usually they're like one at a time people. When you go into the job and it's the same guy who's just a dick every day because he's an old bitter guy who's on his 8th divorce and he owes like money to everyone. And he's there every day making the same old, you know, boomer jokes, and get wears on you pretty quick. See, as a carrot. That's the point. It grows like a carrot. Plus, I really dig the orange. It's actually a sparkle orange, like it's a galaxy orange. So, what goes good with orange? Green. 18 an hour to bag groceries at a cash and carry in high school. Oof. That's, ooh. Ooh. When I worked at a grocery store, when I worked at Sobeys, I was making like $6.75 an hour. Do I have a tap? No, actually, I've got taps out here. I've got a lot of taps out here because I got my tap drawer. Yeah, come on. So if you need a tap, I've got taps. Do I have an M3 tap? That is the question. I don't think I do. Or actually, I know I do. I just don't know where. because it's a metric and most of my stuff here is standard. I know I got one downstairs. What are you? 1024. Quarter 20. 832. 632. 1 inch 8. Quarter 7. No, that ain't gonna fit. Quarter inch MPT. Nope. 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 That ain't gonna work. What is the wood green box behind you? The wood green box. This is a panel. It's an acoustic panel. Take care, Alex. Slide hammer. Parallels. 1, 2, 3 blocks. V block. Clamps. Ooh, parallels I made in shop class. I haven't actually looked through this toolbox since I quit. Hammer. Hammer I made. Chuck a Amco. That ain't cheap. The dark green box. Oh! Are you talking this guy? That's a Kennedy. It has some measuring stuff and some other stuff. And it's brown. Like what green box? What green box behind me? What green box? I don't see a green box. Oh, that's all the ratchets on them, right? Pipe cutters, pipe fitters. What else do I got here? I've got a lot of random stuff. NSK, grinders. Spool draw. Yeah, we ended the spool. We did the spool draw a little while ago, half an hour ago. Let me remove that. Are you talking about this? Oh, it's breaker box. Breaker panel. That's where all the wiring is. So like, I need to turn off power to anything. There we go. That's not green. That's the same color as the walls, which is a color called Tarragon, which is a bluish gray. That is green. That is not green. This is not green. This is bluish gray at most. It is not green. Like maybe it looks green because it's dark, but let me get me the stick of enlightening. That is not green. Yeah, this is monitor. You gotta do some color correction. The Rook gets knocked off the bench. I've had a beer. I'm almost done my second beer. We're not that far in. I've been way more inebriated on stream, and you guys haven't even noticed, so. Late stream tonight as I enjoy tuning in. Installed tap on my printer and said it was amazing. Tap is great. Tallboy's getting tap, and the LDO V0 down here is getting, or V2 is getting tap. I see 4 lights. 1, 2. Actually, I have 4 lights on in this room right now. You are correct. Got the 2 ceiling lights. I've got that light, and I've got a light over there. And my t-shirt gray. Yes, the t-shirt is gray. You are correct. I'm just happy that it's not an oven in here. Honestly, this is the first time I've been out here for a length of time that it hasn't been an oven. That's what I'm so happy about. Is tap a lot of work to install? No, you have to rebuild the tool head. That's about it. So it's a little bit more complicated than a standard build, but it's simpler in the setup and the configuration, and it's not that complicated. I have a video on my channel on how to set it up if you want to know. That was a Star Trek reference. I know. Any tips to get tap working with Orca Slicer? It doesn't need what? Tap is independent of Orca Slicer. It's just yours at home. What do you need? Like, at most, it would be part of a start macro. It's just your QGL. Like, what do you mean get it working with Orca Slicer? To be fair, I don't know what the stock setup with Orca Slicer is with the start stop macros built into Orca Slicer. I use my own start stop macros that I use independently on the printers, and Orca Slicer I just tell to call them up. So I don't know what the Orca Slicer fails as. You need to be more specific than that. I would recommend posting something in a Discord with actual information on what's failing and how. So, because I use tap and Orca Slicer, and it just works because I use my macros, stock macros set hot. Okay, so there's the problem. So it looks like the stock macros for Orca Slicer set the hot end too hot. With tap, you can't probe the bed if your bed is above a certain, or if your hot end's above a certain temperature. So you have to change some settings. If you follow the tap guide, it tells you what to change, and then you have to make sure your macros follow that. So you may have to adjust what temperature it heats it up to before it does its probing, and then heat up to the final temperature and then go print. So. What are my speeds and feeds on ABS? I don't have my standard profile here, but normally I don't run that fast. Okay. Load up Orca Slicer. Load up the default PLA profile for Vorons. That was printed in 19 hours and 50 minutes. This is 375 millimeters tall on a literally like newly flashed V2 that was collecting dust for 1.5 years. Fast enough for me. I don't have any of my profiles out here, so I couldn't tell you what exactly. For a lot of it, if I'm using Super Slicer, I use my 60-90-120 profile, which is 60 millimeters a second outer wall, 90 millimeters a second inner wall, 120 infill, and I over extrude the infill by like 40%. What happened to the old room? It blew up. It's gone. A meteor impact. It's still down there. We streamed down there yesterday. The difference is this room will be, this is my garage / shop now. This will be for builds. So anytime we're doing a build or resin stuff or anything that's like dirty, or we're using tools, it will be out here. If we're doing unboxings, print and chills, reviews, that kind of thing, that will be in the basement. So the basement room will now be more a studio. This is a shop. So since we're doing a build, we're out in the shop. What is my slicer of choice? Depends on the machine. I've been using Orca Slicer a lot lately. So. But we're at midnight now, so I think we're gonna call it there. Minis for V0. How do you like it? So far it's nice out here. I need to get proper climate control because it is a little toasty out here. Right now it's only 26 Celsius, but it's been up to 35 in here. I'm getting the ceiling insulated this week, so. The problem with Super Slicer, it hasn't had an update in a while. So Super Slicer, I think, is kind of paused. But here's the thing. Use what works for you. If you have a profile that works, like most of my Vorons, I still run a Super Slicer profile for because I know it works and the parts come out fine. Yeah, it's a little slower, but guess what? It works. I'd rather the print be a little slower and I know it just works than like, oh, hey, I printed a plate for 12 hours and it's garbage. So. Like this was Orca Slicer. This was printed with Orca Slicer. We literally just kind of eyeballed a profile for a tall boy and it worked. So not too shabby. But we are going to call it there because I've been streaming for over 4 hours and I am tired and it's Saturday and I got to get up early. So we're going to call it there. So shout out to Fabreeko. I can't remember if I said it at the beginning of the stream, but anyways, shout out to Fabreeko for setting the kit for this build series. Link for them in the video description. Also, shout out to Polymaker for the spool of filament we gave away this stream. Links for them and more in the description. Some of them are affiliate links. Don't cost you anything extra. Go a long way in supporting the channel. And for those that donate to the channel, gifted memberships to others, or became members of the channel yourself, I thank you. I would not be able to do the things I do, create the content I create, without your continued support. So, cheers. Tuesday, I don't know for sure what we're doing. We may start messing around with Tallboy on the upgrades for that. If not, we'll figure something out. I have a Elegoo Mars 4 Max in a box down here that we're going to unbox next week at some point. And then next Saturday, we'll carry on with the wiring on the Rook. So yeah, and video tomorrow. So if you're a member of the channel or Patreon supporter, you can check it out early. If not, 10 or 11 a.m. I'll make it live. It is the final part of the Garage Reno series. So back to actual printing videos next week. So yeah, it's Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Be safe out there. Wash your hands. And I will see you on Tuesday. Goodbye. I don't have a fancy way to end it.